contribution sports play in national growth and development. However, Mr. Speaker, we also understand that social interaction and congregation increases the risk of transmission of the COVID-19 disease. Mr. Speaker, in the newly amended COVID-19 protocols, we appreciate the return of sporting activities at all levels. We will continue to acknowledge the stunning performance of the frontline workers and others of the Ministry of Health in the management of the COVID-19 virus, where sports is concerned. And we pledge full support to the recommendations given and guidelines made by them. Mr. Speaker, cricket. International T20 cricket, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were able on short notice and with success, we were able to host 5 T20 cricket games between the West Indies and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Cricket Association, in partnership with Dream 11 of India, staged the inaugural Dream 11 Spice Isle T10 cricket over the period May 31st to June 11, 2021 at the Grenada's National Stadium. This allowed, Mr. Speaker, our players to gain international exposure at a professional level. Mr. Speaker, in the peak of the pandemic, we were able to pull off these matches successfully. And I must congratulate, and I must make mention here today of the team that pulled it off. And I want to mention Mr. Troy Garvey and his team, Kerry Frank, Dwayne Gill, Director of Sports, Sir Colin Peters is here with us today, Holas and his team at the stadium. They all worked very hard, Mr. Speaker, in very, very short time to have this place prepared for the games. So they ought to be commended. Mr. Speaker, I must take this opportunity to congratulate our international cricketers as follows. Andre Fletcher, Mr. Speaker, on his performance and securing a spot on the 2021 West Indies ICC World Cup team. Preston McSween, Mr. Speaker, on his consistency. He has been consistent in him being part of the West Indies best of the best training team for the upcoming 2022 Test Series. That's a young man that showed consistency. Teddy Bishop, Mr. Speaker, on his outstanding performance with the West Indies under-19 team in his tour of England. He scored 97 not out and 123 runs as the West Indies team prepares for the ICC Under-19 World Cup to be held in the Caribbean in 2022. Mr. Speaker, he is also a member of the developmental program under the Ministry of Sports. Football, Mr. Speaker. International games. Mr. Speaker, Grenada was able to host the St. Vincent national football team as both countries prepare for the CONCACAF qualifiers to the FIFA World Cup 2022. Our national stadium was used as the home venues, and we witnessed 2 games, Grenada Spice Boys versus Montserrat and St. Vincent versus Cuba. Although we didn't win the game, Mr. Speaker, but the exposure was good for them. And this happened in the peak of the COVID-19, pandemic. It happened in the peak of it. But with the guidance from the Ministry of Health, we were able to pull out all the communication that took place back and forth. We were able to work together and pull these matches out successfully. Women's football, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Football Association focus on providing opportunities for women in football, and that is bearing fruit, Mr. Speaker. We saw the launch of the Mani program, where players are engaged in personal development sessions, educational enhancement programs, and community service in grassroots programs. This year, we saw over 100 female players participating in women's 7-versus football competition. We're talking about gender balance here, Mr. Speaker. You didn't balance it fully yet. It's coming. It's a start, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues are saying, no, we haven't reached that stage yet. You heard the men saying that, right? Well, we're coming to come. Mr. Speaker, the GFA continues to find ways to support the development of women's football and provide educational opportunities for its players in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports. National Senior Men's Team. Mr. Speaker, Grenada participated in the 2021 CONCACAF Gold Cup in Houston, Texas. I had to go, Mr. Speaker, but the rate at which the pandemic was heightening up, I decided to not take that chance on that end of the world, which was Grenada's second appearance in the Gold Cup. Youth football, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, both the national under-18, 14 boys and girls participated in the Caribbean Football Union, CFU, under-14 tournaments. We go in places. Mr. Speaker, sports has shifted to such a level, that we really have to take a more deep interest in sports here in Grenada. We have started already, and we will continue in 2022 to move to another level, Mr. Speaker. Refereeing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, congratulations to FIFA and GFA match official Rion Radix, a son of the soil, as he officiated in the Gold Cup and World Cup qualifier matches, where he stood out among his colleagues. He was so outstanding, Mr. Speaker, that he was spoken of so many times during the game. Olympics and Paralympics. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend heartfelt congratulations to all the members of the Olympic and Paralympic teams, including the coaching staff and management team that represented us with honor at the Olympics in 2021. Mr. Speaker, Karani James placed third in the 400 meters men at the Tokyo Olympic Games and has made history, winning 3 medals in the last 3 Olympics. He is presently the holder of gold, silver, and bronze Olympic medals. Anderson Peters, Mr. Speaker, realized outstanding performances at the Diamond League in the 2021 season. That's a young man that is full of confidence and has so much potential, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, special commendation to Lyndon Victor, Kimberly Ince, and Delron Felix in the area of swimming. And they have done well, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say at this point that the government has already secured a spot for a larger swimming pool in Queen's Park, Mr. Speaker, and has some measure of the funding for the project, Mr. Speaker. But we need to, maybe the Olympic Association plus the committee needs to sit in, and we'll probably look at how we can search for more funding for that project. But we have to start at some point. When I see the kind of performance from these young people, we cannot continue to use that pool that we are using at the moment. We have to move to a better standard. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to congratulate the Paralympic team that represented Grenada at the International Paralympic Games in Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Speaker, Stacey Ann Charles and Niall Cruikshank, we congratulate these ladies on their performance. We are very proud of these young people who have participated in the program. Mr. Speaker, Nazir John also performed well in both the 100 meters and 200 meters at the World Athletics U20 Championship in Nairobi, Kenya. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? He was coached by his dad. He was coached by his father, Fernando John. So he had all the confidence in the world, being close to your dad. So they must be commended, Mr. Speaker, for that level of support. So, Mr. Speaker, you see what I'm talking about? Sports have shifted. We have seen a paradigm shift where sports is concerned. And we will be working closely in the new year to ensure that we move one level up the ladder. Mr. Speaker, the following fields have been refurbished or upgraded. And we must upgrade our fields. We must refurbish our fields and our courts, etc. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to prepare the environment for these young people. If you go through the different constituencies, Mr. Speaker, and the different villages, there's so much talent that is not harnessed. There's so many young people that have so much talent. I look at those guys just dribbling and they're knocking the ball on the pole and they have a little ring around the pole. They're not missing one goal. You know? And it's not only the sport, you know. I'll talk about it where culture is concerned as well, because there's so much cultural, so much talent where culture is concerned in the communities. But we have to take a keener eye on these young people out there. Maybe the Ministry of Youth would have to join with the Ministry of Sports. And they have already started with some programs, and we can really pull these young people together and bring out the best in them. It is there, but they're either shy, it doesn't have the support services, parents and different people are not really taking an interest, because sports is secondary in some parents' mind. They look more at the academics. You should be somebody you're working in a bank, or you should be doing something or something else. But where sports and culture and art is concerned, there is so much to learn and to develop and so much money to make out of those areas as well. But we don't embrace it enough. We don't share that kind of support out there, and we have to start thinking. I listened to the Minister of Education this morning, and she was talking about that in a different light. She was speaking about skills enhancement. Some parents think only of academics. That is academics too. That is what balances the person. But if you only read, doing maths and you're doing these things, you're not a balanced person. You know what a young lady said to me? She said, I have my masters. I have 3 masters, but I don't have a life. She said that to me. I don't have a life. I don't have somebody to love. I don't have somebody. And she started saying all the things that she missed in her life. Right? So, but all along she was in the academic field, studying to be this and to be that and that is nobody to love, right? You can't miss these things. Love is the central part of anybody's life. And if you know it now, you know it now. Come from me.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so the following fields are being refurbished or upgraded. The tennis court in Grenville, and I want to commend and thank the Pursue family who provided the lands, and we will build a court on the land. We have started the process, and that will be a plus for all the young tennis players in Grenville. The Grenville netball court, that is something that had to be refurbished a long time. You cannot have any games there because the court is so rough, and if somebody fall there, they'll lose their kneecap or something of the sort. So that is something that we are working on. They have done it, it's almost complete, I believe. And the Limes playing field and hard court. The Palms playing field, that's an area in Birch Grove that both the north and the northwest and southwest share. It's a prominent field that needed that kind of refurbishment. And the Willis playing field. So these are the playing fields that we have started to work on, and we'll continue to work on as much as we can as the budget permits. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say that the physiotherapy clinic at the National Stadium received general upgrades with the installation of an office, treatment room, and laundry room. This is a very important area, Mr. Speaker, that clinic, and we are happy that the young man and the ministry, we have upgraded that clinic. Plans for 2022. Mr. Speaker, the primary school physical education and coaches program will be reactivated to improve training and competition. Mr. Speaker, the community and parish coaching programs will be strengthened. In addition, more competitions would be introduced by implementing a parish coordinating program to meet the training and coaching needs of each parish. Mr. Speaker, the ministry had enough time during the COVID period, so they were able to sit and put their plans together. So now 2022 is coming, they can execute all of these great programs that they have worked on. Mr. Speaker, national competition in all areas of sports at schools and the parish level will be rebooted by joining the national associations for implementation and execution. Mr. Speaker, the upgrade and lighting of the playing fields and hard court will continue to be a priority of our government. In addition, the promotion of our island as a sports tourism destination for training of elite athletes and international teams will be enhanced. Mr. Speaker, we have had so much calls and so much meetings with persons wanting to come to Grenada to train. We have the stadium, we have the environment, we have the leisure, and we have everything. So going forward, and the Minister of Tourism is right here, and she's listening. She has to start, and I think she started already, hook up Grenada as a destination for elite athletes and so to come in. That should be part of her brochure. Mr. Speaker, the upgrade and, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March of 2022, Grenada will be hosting the third test of the tour between England and the West Indies. Measures have been put in place now for the successful hosting of this match, with government allocating $5 million for expenditures relating to the hosting of the match. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that we will be ready in time for that match. We know that they usually come down to visit and see if everything is intact, but with that quality of team that we have at the ministry and our national team, planning team, which I am sure and I feel confident that we'll be ready in time for the match in March of next year. I urge all of the fans out there that they should take the vaccine, because this is one of the things that we have to consider seriously. We had to discuss that part of it when we were negotiating to get the place, get the match here in Grenada. So please, those cricket lovers out there, please get yourself vaccinated so you could be part of the family right there, you know, hailing and clapping and laughing. You know, I know instead of having to sit in front of your television. Some people are television lovers, they can sit in front of their television, but there are others that want to be there and to be part of all the laughing and chatting and hurraying. Mr. Speaker, the training and certification of our coaches on the Sister Isle and on the mainland would continue to be a priority as we prepare to meet the demands of all our athletes. Mr. Speaker, given the growing complexities in the administration of sports and the demands being placed on the division, it is imperative that specific policy be developed to address. Considering this, a comprehensive Mr. Speaker, I shift my attention now to culture and the arts. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the Division of Culture would focus on the development of the use of technology to deliver the services of cultural training and exposition to the people of Grenada. The division proposed plans will allow for the training in support services to the creative industries such as music production, etc. And we have tested this, Mr. Speaker. During the COVID, when it was very rampant, we have tested it, and it worked. It worked. Technology worked beautifully for the Division of Culture and the Arts. Online teaching and virtual concerts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a total of 10 online teaching aids have been produced and broadcasted during the months of April, May, and June of 2021. The lessons were in violin and marching drums. To date, Mr. Speaker, over 500 views have been recorded from Grenada, the region, and in North America. The division is presently preparing to resume broadcast of online teaching aids in the areas of calypso, steel pan, and dance. And this is scheduled, Mr. Speaker, in the first quarter of 2022. A total of 40 lessons will be produced over the year period. Mr. Speaker, virtual concerts are projected to be produced in the following areas: Independence Celebrations 2, School Orchestra 2, Take It to the Streets Dance Competition 1, Peter Phillip Drum Corps for Secondary Schools 1, and School Dance Presentation 1. Mr. Speaker, Music Production Program. This program is to be continued within the St. Patrick's area at the commencement of the next school term for secondary school students. The ministry is also looking to expand the program for secondary schools in St. Andrews during the next school term at the newly installed music lab at St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, I move my attention to Dubai Expo 2022. Mr. Speaker, the division has been working with a team at the Department of International Business in the development of a cultural presentation for the Dubai Expo 2022. Both parties have agreed on possible outline and presentations to be performed and the size of the contingent to represent Grenada. Thus far, the participating artists have been selected and are in rehearsal. Mr. Speaker, in addition, while in Dubai, one performance will be held on the National Country Day, along with participation in a street parade. The other two performances will be held at two popular sites designed for showcasing musical arts. The team will also provide entertainment at the Grenada's booth over a one-week period. Other projects on the culture and the arts. Mr. Speaker, emphasis will be placed on the resumption of programs such as the National School Orchestra Teaching Program in collaboration with the Royal Grenada Police Band, the Secondary School Drum Co-op Training Program, Calypso Workshop for primary schools, and Dance Technique Development Workshops for schools and community groups. Mr. Speaker, the division will work in collaboration with the National Trust on a UNESCO funding project entitled Proud of My Heritage. And indeed, we are proud of our heritage. This program is designed to facilitate the documentation and skill training for community persons and cultural artists to better be able to research and document both intangible and tangible expressions and landmarks for future references. Mr. Speaker, the division also intends to work on the development of legislation that will support the formation of both a film commission, and you may have heard that a long time ago. We've been talking about this film commission, and a film association to ensure the growth of that industry. And that has to happen in the new year, Mr. Speaker. We have started the dialogue with Legal Affairs, and we hope to make sure that happens, because people just come to Grenada and they're just doing the thing vague. They want to do a film down the road, that can't happen. We have to change that. We have to do things properly. You can't go any way and just doing, putting on a film or something, We have to really have a structure in place so that we can have these things commissioned properly. Mr. Speaker, the Seamoon Community Center has been Cultural Center has been on the table for some time. We know that, and it has been there too long. And you heard the MP for the area speak about how much she would like to see and how happy she is to know that this will happen sometime this year. And it's seen as a vital addition to the advancement of culture and arts in Grenada and the rural areas. I believe, Mr. Speaker, when we commissioned that cultural center, things would change. The whole cultural dynamics would change in Grenada. The whole cultural landscape would change in Grenada. We would have an opportunity to showcase our arts and crafts and our culture, and we'd have a place that we can bring in, our numbers, our people. And people feel better when they have something good to work with. The Calypsonians, the cultural artists, when you have a building and you have a place that you can relate to, you feel much better, that you can really be part and bring out what you have in you because you have the environment for it. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that $3 million has been earmarked for the initial stage of this facility in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Cultural Foundation and the Grenada National Museum continue to provide sterling support to the ministry in advancing culture and the arts. A lot of research is ongoing with the Cultural Foundation as to our cultural heritage. It's never ending, Every day we learn a little more about our culture, but then bringing the whole concept, bringing the pieces together to really say what our heritage is what they are working on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we intend to launch a website. Early in the new year, we had setback because of the COVID-19 protocol. Mr. Speaker, the National Museum Board has embarked on several upgrades to the building in which it is housed, and has an ongoing project to enhance and showcase the museum to visitors on the island. So we are creating a better environment so that when our tourists, when our locals, when our school children go to the museum, they can relax, they can have, they can understand what is really taking place. They would learn more about, our culture or arts or artifacts, where they came from, how long these artifacts were around. That kind of demonstration we want to see happening at the museum. Not that you walk in there and then half of the time, before you reach in there, your glasses turn dark. I won't go further, but I think you have an idea of what I'm talking about. That would change, Mr. Speaker. The layout of the place alone will invite you to come into the museum. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the sterling contribution that the Spice Mass Corporation has made to the advancement and development of Grenada's carnival product over the years. They must be mentioned. We have seen the shift. The SMC board has recently been reconstituted, now chaired by one who is well known for his contribution to culture. The board also comprises of other highly motivated people, and that's the people we need on the board here. People who are highly motivated so that they can implement, they can come up with creative ideas to reshape and push our carnival forward, our culture forward. The board also comprises the first task, Mr. Speaker, of that new board would be to make a recommendation to Cabinet on the hosting of Carnival 2022. So we await that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move my attention now to the Fisheries Division, and I know there is so much to say on that, I had to cut off some of the information, so we would hear some of it another time. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Division continues to follow its vision statement, which is to achieve a smart island state through sustained protection and management of our natural resources and environmental assets. You see how things change? You last year, before we never had a statement like that, you know. Because we have so much to talk about now. We have the sea. The sea is the main thing these days. So we had to incorporate all these environmental and what's happening in the environment these days. So your thinking has to shift. Mr. Speaker, exports of fish in 2021 amounted to approximately 1.2 million pounds, generating EC 16.1 million, compared to 2020 exports of 1.1 million pounds, amounting to 10.8 million EC dollars. That is a move. I don't think my colleagues heard. The COVID drag decelerated potential export earnings for fish, coupled with airlift challenges. We have had several airlift challenges, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to have it. We have had several meetings with all the entities, Amerijet, and all the different persons that we need, all the stakeholders, but we still continue to have. So we are looking at other avenues at the moment. And on Thursday of this week, we will be discussing airlift again, because airlift is still inadequate for the amount of fish that we have to export out of this country. Not only fish, agricultural products as well. A lot of these things remain. Hence the reason we have to put a cold room on the airport, so that we can have these things, you know, and when things stay in cold room, you know what happens after a period of time. We cannot continue. We have to support our fishermen and our farmers, and we have to make sure that we have things in place so that they can easily bring back monies into this country so we can have the spin-off that we want. Mr. Speaker, given the long-standing issues being faced in the Fisheries Division, a local consultant has been engaged to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the Fisheries Division to prepare a strategic agenda for the overhaul of processes and operations in that division. The consultant is scheduled to deliver a final in a series of actionable reports at the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, the requisite optimal staffing of the division, in addition to the type of modern technology needed for the administration of the fishing sector, would be recommended by the report. This must happen, Mr. Speaker. It's too long. We have to change the look of fisheries. Things are not happening as it should. There is so much potential in that ministry, but we don't have the staff, we don't have the technology, we don't have the balance, we don't have it. So we have to get it, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we're working towards that. Mr. Speaker, the division continues to participate and adhere to several conventions and agreements, one of which is CITES. You hear me talk about CITES all the time here? We cannot export the amount of conchs that we have here because we have not prepared a report for CITES. CITES have not given us a tick. Convention, CITES is Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So currently, Mr. Speaker, the division is exploring a project to assess the stocks of lambie in Grenadian waters in order to generate a report to CITES. I said that before. This would lift the restrictions imposed on the exportation of lambie and result in a significant uptick in export earnings and, as a result, livelihood of lambie farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, once we do that and we get the tick from CITES, we will be able to export our lambie. Because I know we have a lot of lambie, you know, but we don't even know how much we have. We don't know, you know, we don't know what's happening under the water. We only know we're going to take them out. We haven't looked at how we're going to replenish us, you know, how we're going to zone our areas to make sure that we have continued stock. Mr. Speaker, Grenada, together with its regional counterparts, in technical collaboration with the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, recognizes that illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing is a major threat to the fisheries resources in the Caribbean region. So it's not we alone looking at that. It's the whole Caribbean region. They realize what is happening. And so we are working together. We had a series of meetings, and we are working together to make sure we put things in place to regulate and to have proper reporting mechanism so we can know, you know, work together as a team in the Caribbean to make sure that things run smoothly. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this recognition, Grenada, with its regional counterparts, have embarked upon a course of firm action to utilize innovation and technology through cross-border and interagency collaboration to address illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Mr. Speaker, the division continues to advance key policy areas with a view to, among other objectives, enhancing the status and capability of fishers, managing the sector's role in sustaining livelihoods of the poor and generating a positive interaction with the wider economic community. That's too much. Mr. Speaker, as I told you, so much I'm cutting down paragraph by paragraph, but sometimes when you cut it, it makes sense. So I'm trying to put it in context. Mr. Speaker, the division intends to achieve these policies by promoting Fishermen's Association. We have to work with them. It doesn't make sense we put in these policies in place and they're thinking otherwise. And you know how they think sometimes. Improving fishermen's commercial knowledge, because they don't, half of them don't have it. It's a day-to-day operation. You pick a fish and you sell a fish, but how are we going to sustain this whole thing? Your livelihood as well as, improving fishermen's commercial knowledge and strengthening the linkages between fishers and other sectors of the economy. So we are working on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, collaboration is ongoing and would continue with the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Infrastructure to manage and mitigate the onslaught of sargassum on our shores, where we know the havoc. People in Grenada look at it as havoc. People overseas look at it as gold because they have a plan, right? We think it's that we're messing up our shores and we cannot stand these things, and we feel it. You pass on the stench and we don't know what to do with it and all of that. But people, as it enters their shores, they pick it up. They turn it into something useful for the farmers and other things. So, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at the management of that. This is a regional problem. And every effort is being made to deal with the issue, employing the latest in scientific knowledge, which we have. School of Medicine and several persons did the search on that and came up with different things. Equipment will be provided, financed from a grant by the Japanese government to address this problem. The equipment is expected in the first quarter of 2022. The reason the equipment are not here yet is because of the transportation from Japan to Grenada. But we were told early in 2022, all the equipment, and it's not just a little bit of equipment. I saw the list, and I think some of it is appropriate and would be able to help us to do the job even before the seaweed reaches the shore. And then we have those that maybe get away. We have equipment to hold those that get away from being pulled from in the sea itself. Mr. Speaker, the division intends to revive the National Fisheries Association. I always feel that fisheries must have a head. They must have somebody to talk for them. They can't expect the minister to know what's in their guts. They must have an umbrella body to speak for them, to advocate for them, to speak about their issues and their problems and where they want to see fisheries going, to educate the fishermen through the support of the Minister of Fisheries. We could always do that, but we can't go to every little fisherman and say, well, what do you want to do? You want to put a boat there, you want to do this? That can happen. So we're reactivating that committee, Mr. Speaker, putting a new team together so that they can deal with these things effectively. Mr. Speaker, a task force was established between the Fisheries Division and Customs to examine concessions in the fishing sector. And you know that is a big problem. Concessions every day, everybody wants every day. Every fisherman will call you, I want concession, that I want concession, that I want concession. They're not bearing in mind that, these things fall under some sort of, heading that you cannot break the law or whatever. Mr. Speaker, this task force is in the process of reviewing the items as listed in the Common External Tariff of the Caribbean Community on SRO 13 of 2014, offered to fishers. The work is being conducted, this work being conducted will put forward recommendations to Cabinet to make regulations for items that are considered multi-usage items, things that are used infrequently, so we can make sure they get concessions on those things. Mr. Speaker, the division facilitated Carriacou and Petite Martinique Fishers Identification Card Program in February of this year. A total of 156 fishers now have their ID cards processed. Mr. Speaker, the ID card program on mainland Grenada will resume as soon as the technical issues are rectified with hardware required for processing these IDs. And I was told by the new chief, I don't know if it's out yet, he's sitting right there. I was told that before the end of the year, the fishers in Grenada will have the ID cards. And not just have an ordinary ID card, you know. This ID card has a lot of stimulus package attached to it. See, we can't do things just ordinarily all the time. We have to step up a little more. We have to lift the self-esteem of our fishermen too, you know. You know, we just can't leave them there on their own like that. Mr. Speaker, the designation and management of marine protected areas, MPA, continue to be of vital importance to this government. It has been scientifically established that proper care of the marine environment is important for life on land. I'm sure a lot of you haven't heard that before, but it's true. It is very true. It is with this knowledge of this link that the National MPA Management Committee has been reconstituted after approximately 3 years of dormancy. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has approved provisions to allow for the co-management of the mooring fields within the MPAs in Grenada. Co-management arrangements have been entered, and 2 operators for the management of the mooring field at Montande within Granons MPA and the Molinaire Bouchejou MPA. The necessary consultations were conducted and key stakeholders to finalize locations and quantities of moorings in that area. Mr. Speaker, other MPAs are scheduled to be designated to add to the 4 that have already been designated. But the COVID lockdown would have caused things not to move as quickly as we wanted to. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the division would continue the alignment of its strategic priorities with the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035. We are working alongside that plan, Mr. Speaker. Hence the reason we have a consultant to shake up that Ministry of Fisheries, and by extension, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we're not working our own. We're following protocols, procedures, and we're taking into consideration our own environment, how it fits, and how it dovetails into everything, and we work to getting things going. Mr. Speaker, vessel registration is a critical activity in the fisheries calendar, and in fact, it's currently being conducted island-wide at this point in time. But next year, we intend to purge that activity and update of the database in the new year to ensure, and update the database in the new year to ensure its accuracy. So we don't have it accurate, we don't have everything now, but we intend, and the new chief has started, acting chief has started to take steps in starting to get this thing going in the new year. Mr. Speaker, 13 ice machines and other equipment to deal with the Sagazam Seaweed project will be received in early part of 2022 and installed from the Japanese government under the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. This would serve to address the challenges with ice for our fisherfolk. Island-wide, oh Lord, I'm tired hearing about this ice. Every Monday morning, it's either the machine broke down or it's not adequate, the ice is not adequate. And even myself, when I visit the fish market, I see that the ice is not adequate. It's either the ice is not adequate in some cases, and just some fishermen just don't utilize the amount of ice they're supposed to utilize. They're supposed to cover the fish with ice, you know. But you know, they're selling fish, so they want to see the fish. They want people to see the fish. So they're not safeguarding the fish enough. They could always lift it up and put it down. But you know, it's their style, and so they don't cover the fish thoroughly with ice. So I'm glad that we're getting these 13 machines, and we would have them island in the different areas so that then all the fishermen would be happy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, revenue and data collection will be improved over the upcoming fiscal year. The fish markets will be equipped with the necessary tools to ensure that data is collected for analysis and decision making. Right now, we don't have it. Just when whoever remember to write down the data, they write it down. I've had the experience. I spent some time at the fish market monitoring and watching in the very earlies. And it's not something that is a must in the mind of whoever is coordinating some of these things. Mr. Speaker, that has to change. If we don't have the data, you know how much if we don't have the data, we can make changes, we can see where things are going right. We can't even express ourselves at the gross domestic product at the end of the year. You know, the GDP, we can align ourselves to that. Half of the time they have the wrong information. You know, finance don't get enough adequate information to say this is what the fisheries sector, this is a reflection of the fisheries sector. It's never right. It's always less, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that has to change. We have to be more accurate, we have to be more structural so that we can make the right decisions at the right time. In addition, Mr. Speaker, revenue collection mechanism would be improved with a view to generating revenue per fish market to supplement budgetary allocations for those markets. So you could know how much Grenville making, how much fish they collect there. Everything should be properly categorized, so at the end of the day, you could say the fishing sector island-wide, XXXX, and you could break it down into different sections. Mr. Speaker, just to add that some of our fish markets will be refurbished. The quantities of work has already been identified in some areas, and we await now the bidding process to move forward. Mr. Speaker, the development of the blue economy is a critical agenda item for the division going forward. The UK government has financed the development of a maritime economy plan that articulates the pathway to develop the blue economy for the tri-island state of Grenada. And that's a plus, Mr. Speaker. The division is in its initial stages of operationalizing the plan via the UK government Commonwealth Marine Economies Program. So we go in places, Mr. Speaker, where fisheries is concerned. Mr. Speaker, and this would involve, Mr. Speaker, the conduction of a gap analysis to provide information to support and enable Grenada to establish effective operational functions to promote and develop the blue economy here in Grenada. And we still have a lot to learn about the blue economy. There's so much to learn about the blue economy. I don't think we have half of the information and the ideas on that thing. Mr. Speaker, under the Caribbean Oceans and Aquaculture Sustainability Facility Coast, the government of Grenada has acquired parametric insurance for the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. And so, Mr. Speaker, parametric insurance for the fisheries sector will allow government to transfer contingent liability arising from natural disasters. So our fishermen, when we have natural disasters here, would get support from this program. Their boats might be done, different things. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, permit me to list a portion of the projects on the way under the Division of Fisheries. And you see what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. We must revamp and we must reorganize the division. Where we are now, the staff that we have at the Ministry of Fisheries cannot accommodate that level of work that has to be done in fisheries. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a GIZ project establishing sustainable financing systems for marine protected managed areas in Caribbean small island states development SIDS. So that's a project that's going on by GIZ. And we have the project implemented in collaboration with GrenCoda, Building Community Resilience, and you may have seen it on television, and ecosystems-based adaptation to climate change in selected communities along the west coast in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we also have the French project, Building Community Resilience and Ecosystems. We have an Australian project here, community-led coral reef restoration in Petite Martinique. And we have the MPA Connect project, the stony coral tissue loss disease preparedness project. Mr. Speaker, all these are projects are targeted to ensuring that our marine environment is healthy and maintained, for this has a direct impact on the sustainability of the fishery sector. And as I said, it dovetails beautifully into our development plan of the blue economy. Mr. Speaker, I shift my attention now to the Department of Cooperatives. I told you it's 4 ministries in one. It's a configuration I don't understand. Mr. Speaker, cooperatives play a critical role in Grenada's economy through the provision of meaningful employment to our citizens, thereby increasing economic activities and contributing to the reduction of poverty in our society. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Cooperatives is resolute in its commitment to increase the number of registered cooperatives and to ensure that existing ones achieve an acceptable level of compliance in accordance with the Cooperative Societies Act No. 8 of 2011. A lot of people have it wrong about cooperatives, you know. They don't understand the role of cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Cooperatives' main role is regulatory. And listen carefully, because I've heard so many different things what cooperative is responsible for. And involves monitoring, supervising, assessing, and inspecting all functioning service-type cooperatives. At present, Mr. Speaker, there are 12 functioning cooperatives on the island, each at varying levels of compliance. Mr. Speaker, during the year 2021, some of the major accomplishments of cooperatives include the registration of the Spice Fashion and Designs Cooperative Society Limited, and you heard the MP for St. Andrews Northeast. We spoke about this Spice Fashion Cooperative in her area, and they're doing fine. I've seen the lovely work. The end product is excellent. You know, I always look at the end product, and I've seen it, and it's really, really something anybody here can purchase. The production of a newsletter and pamphlet which highlights the activities of the department as well as benefits that can be derived individually and collectively from the formation of cooperatives. Completion of 20 radio/television trivias on GBN every early morning show. Mr. Speaker, for the year 2022, the department goals, among others, are to increase public awareness on cooperative development. And you know, people are talking about cooperatives in the sense that there's so many people that have to be to form one cooperative. We have looked at it. 10 persons. It's difficult. We have been looking at that for the past few months. And how is it we've been trying to get to legal affairs, and so how is it we can cut down this to about 6 people or so? But then we are told the board of directors alone is what, and this and a number of things. But we have to go back to the drawing board with this, Mr. Speaker. That is what's stumbling the growth of us having more cooperatives on island. I keep saying that, because in my area I have the experience. I tried to form 2 little cooperatives. Then we go to my division, they're talking about 10 persons have to complete. How on earth 10 people going to agree to make a 2-pence halfpenny on a project in a small, come on. So we must review this again, Mr. Speaker. We have started the process already. Mr. Speaker, increase staff capacity to better serve cooperatives. We have to do that. I've seen what needs to be changed there. And 3, Mr. Speaker, sustainable national development via the cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, the department is cognizant of the fact that in order for cooperatives to be able to contribute to sustainable national development, they themselves must be able to function at a level where they are fully compliant with the Cooperative Society Act and regulations and be viable as businesses. The department is committed to assisting cooperatives to achieve the goal through the provision of requisite guidance and training. These will be delivered periodically in 2022. So cooperatives is a lot about training and preparing you for small business and development and things of that sort, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, National Lottery Authority. Mr. Speaker, the National Lottery Authority continues to provide excellent support to the ministry and to the nation. And you could take a bow, the Minister for not. In the areas of field rehabilitation, sports scholarships, support services for several athletes going abroad, they cannot afford, they have part scholarship, they need support, they need places to stay, transportation, and other social problems. I've never seen that in my whole life. I know I sat back, I'm in that ministry now, so I'm privy to see these things. When I was outside of the ministry, I used to say in my mind, Lord, you're only making money, and I know I ain't seeing what they're doing with the money, unless you hear something on the radio. But I'm in the middle of it, and I can tell you that lottery is really, really supporting nation building. I want to commend the chairman and his team, the board of directors and staff, for doing an excellent job. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the National Celebrations Committee. Mr. Speaker, the National Celebration is continuing its good works with regards to the organization of national cultural events. It's recently hosted the virtual Thanksgiving in October, Mr. Speaker, and is now planning for its 48th independence celebration. And also we are planning for the 50th independence celebration, which is anticipated to be a grand celebration. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman and his team for their hard work and dedication. Mr. Speaker, I think the bell rang too soon, because right now I want to shift my attention. But before I do that, I want to say special thanks to the permanent secretary, the new permanent secretary in the Ministry of Fisheries, who is right at my back here, Mr. Stevens, and all the staff, all the staff there out there. They've done a wonderful job. It's a staff that you can chat with, you can communicate with. You can go by and say what is happening and how it's happening. They would come to the minister. There's a good relationship in terms of communication in that ministry. And I want to applaud that, because you don't have that in every ministry. I've had the pleasure of working in agriculture, and I had the same thing. But then I'm having the same thing in my ministry, so I applaud that. And I want to thank you all for your dedication and the service that you provided. And I want to thank you for the hard work, and I also wanted to say hi to my fishermen out there. I know they're listening, and who risk their lives every day to go out there to secure our food. I want to say thank you to all of you, and we'll be working along with you. We are getting that umbrella body going so that you can advocate for what you want government to do for you. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the most important part of this whole thing.
Let me just say,
I should have started first.
Let me just say that the bell you heard meant 15 minutes, so 2 minutes have already gone.
But Mr. Speaker,
so
if you consider that dynamic configuration,
with 13 minutes.
If you consider the dynamic configuration that I had to deal with, you would give me a little 10 more minutes. Mr. Speaker, but I want to pay my attention to St. Andrews Southwest, and I have the team here. Look at my team up there. Look how they look, so handsome, and they're ready to work. They look ready to work. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you all for coming out today in such numbers. Mr. Speaker, like the rest of the country, St. Andrews Southwest, for which I'm the parliamentary representative, have been severely affected by COVID-19 pandemic. There's no doubt about it. I saw the sadness on all the people's faces as I go through the constituency. Mr. Speaker, many of our constituents have lost their loved ones, including myself, my brother Peter. And up to now, we can't come to terms with his passing because I was speaking with him all the time. So it's kind of hard on me Although I'm trying to be very brave, but it was difficult for me to handle the situation. I don't think I was smiling up there, but deep in my heart was a different smile taking place. But I used that to really help me all the time, Mr. Speaker, because I was really talking with him all the time. And so his loss is like he gone away, gone to Carriacou, gone to Trinidad, he might come back next 2 months or so. But I know the pain that you all feel, because quite a lot, we lost a lot of constituents as well, or persons in our constituency. You know, I visited an old woman, and the next day she died, and then the next day her daughter died. 2 deaths in one home. You could just imagine the sadness. And if I check on my finger, we had over 19 deaths in St. Andrews Southwest. So you know what I have to do? I have a lot of work to pull the younger ones on board if they're not. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, many of our constituents have been experiencing the impact of job loss. Movement weekends. The young people in my area was telling me over and over, oh God, we can't go out again this weekend, you know. And just to name a few, the curfew and the job loss and all these things that have happened, Mr. Speaker, I know and I feel the pain. I know the economic problems as well, how people, you know, people who never spoke to me about something before came forward. And I was saddened by that because I know the integrity of how these people think. And then having to come quietly and say something, it meant a lot to them, to having to do something like that. And, you know, I felt the pain of these people in so many different levels throughout the constituency. Mr. Speaker, anyway, we got, by the help of God and so the leadership of the government, the Minister of Health and his team, we are able to move to another level of this COVID-19 pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, we still have to continue to get vaccinated. And I know there's a lot of persons in the constituency that is not vaccinated, and we have to start working on getting them vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, the SEED program. The SEED program, over 400 households are under the SEED program. 15 placements were done this year, not so much. 20 persons passed away. Apart from the COVID-19, I think some of these people had stress from all of what was happening. 20 persons passed away from the SEED beneficiaries. I extend my condolences to all those families who passed away, Mr. Speaker, and I wish the younger ones well as they move forward. Stimulus package, we have already paid 35 persons selected under the stimulus package, and 82 persons are selected to be paid before the end of the year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, housing remains a priority in St. Andrews Southwest. Families are getting larger. Children want their own room based on the maturity and all of that. And people want to put in a little bath, or they want to extend a veranda, and they want to make themselves look good. I mean, the pride. You know, as you grow older and you see things, you want to be part of it. And so, Mr. Speaker, housing still remains. 41 persons received to date. 19 are still waiting out for approval, Mr. Speaker, for materials to be released from the hardware at a cost of $472,000. That was our allocation this year. Mr. Speaker, over 285 applications are in file waiting to be selected. So I hope the Minister of Housing is listening to me carefully. I'm from the area up there. We're all from St. Andrews. And St. Andrews is the breadbasket of the nation. And also St. Andrews, she is from St. Andrews. And I don't want to be biased here. She has to look after her colleagues. A little humor is good. Mr. Speaker, we move to education now. Mr. Speaker, over 26 students at SGU, TAMCC's, NULO, and overseas university students received school assistance in the amount of $26,345. Also, we supported children with the CXC exams. Mr. Speaker, 253 households receive assistance from school voucher programs. Approximately 1,335 students benefited from the program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into all the nitty-gritty of school bags and other things that we gave out to these young people, because I know time is of the essence, so I move on to my special projects now. Mr. Speaker, 20 special projects were done, covering 1,500 feet of pavement, 455 feet of slipper drain, 550 feet of box drains, and one bridge at the cost of $300,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and if I do if I do as the MP for St. John's, I would like to highlight some of the areas, Mr. Speaker. So, and I'll go very quickly because I want the St. Andrews people especially to know that. Because sometimes they doubt it, according to the MP for St. John, sometimes they doubt it. So bridge at the Croft in Granborough, slipper drain at Munich, pavement gap at Ladig Waterfall Road, slipper drain at Munich, pavement at Birch Grove twice, pavement walkway at Richmond, pavement walkway at Union, pavement at Ford, pavement at Tilleries, slipper drains at Harford Village, slipper drains at Ladig, bus shelter at Munich, box drain at Waterfall Road, Ladig, walkway drain in Soubise, pavement in Mount St. Irvins, walkway at Gladstone Road, walkway in St. James, in Nemami, and pavement gap at Upper Capital. I didn't call the names, but at least you have an idea of the area. So if you're driving through the area and you see fresh concrete, that's part of the work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we not stopping there where work is concerned. We have 7 self-help projects at the tune of $20,000. And that, muddy gaps and walls and drains as well. But these were done self-help. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works did 14 projects in my area. I want to thank Mr. Roberts and Mr. Caliste at Pearls. They did an excellent job and they work very well with the constituency. 420 feet of box drain and 300 feet of slipper drains at Upper Capital St. James. 2,000 feet of slipper drains at Guapo at a cost of $284,894. Box drain at Ford again, $34,926. Munich slipper drain wall construction, $72,300. Granborough box drain, $14,926. St. James slipper drain head wall and catch basin, $14,957.50. Soubise Chinese Hill near the pasture, we must put a drain there so that we could develop the pasture, $172,252. St. James box drain and slipper drain, not St. James, sorry, Upper Capital, $14,834. Richmond concrete pavement, centipede retaining wall, $143,737. Granborough drain behind the Evangelical Church, $14,541.50. Walker Pleasant Stilleries box drain, $132,511.96. And Munich School demolition, $96,775. Mount Carmel wall and pavement, $82,000. And the Balthazar retaining wall, that's the blind corner. It used to be a blind corner. Now we can see freely, more or less, although I see something on Facebook saying that it's still a blind corner. But I know that I can see when I go there. It's $304,000, Mr. Speaker. And the Munich bridge, the Munich connecting to Bacolet to Southeast constituency, $800,000. Mr. Speaker, I must commend Works. I want to thank them for the dedication. I say the word dedication because, it's not easy to work in the Ministry of Works. Asphalt works, and that is happening all over the place now. Well, I'm not sure if it's cold mix or hot mix. I hope it's hot mix. But that is happening in Harford Village, Gladstone Road, Ford, Salisbury, and on the main roads, etc., Mr. Speaker. 19 streetlights, Mr. Speaker, was installed in different areas of the constituency. Some areas were very dark, And we are very happy that we have those streetlights so that people can mug people coming from church and other areas. We are very happy about that, Mr. Speaker. Medical assistance, 25 persons were given assistance with CT scans and theater-free dialysis treatment, medication, ultrasound, blood work, airline tickets for medical purposes. Mr. Speaker, medication is currently given to 20 needy persons every 3 months at a cost of $45,000. Mr. Speaker, we continue to care for the people of this country, and Southwest is no exception, Mr. Speaker. Several persons also receive glasses and water connections and short-term rentals for persons with domestic problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I move further down to the Imani program. 327 young persons participated in the Imani program from batch 1 to 7, and 22 persons are in the Empower program. We are very happy for these programs, especially the Empower program, because that is where you're changing lives. These are young people that come from very, unstructured homes, I would call it, unstructured homes, and they get an opportunity to develop themselves through the programs, through guidance and through some training, etc. And they're given an opportunity to get into small business. Mr. Speaker, the House Brigade assisted 23 persons with repairs to their homes, and these persons received materials but needed assistance in the form of labor. 29 persons received material for toilet and bath program at the cost of $232,000. Mr. Speaker, this is such an important program. I heard the minister speak earlier on in her presentation, the minister for St. Andrews Northwest, and we must eradicate pit latrines. And if any of you don't know what a pit latrine is, especially people from St. George's, take a drive up to Rome Museum in Walker in St. Andrews, and you get a first-hand view of what it is to be in a pit latrine. So you're in the glory of congeries and frogs and different things that hop from time to time from the environmental side into those little holes and little things in it. We have to move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you give me 2 minutes, please, just to wrap up, because I have to...
Take one.
Four ministries.
Just 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Mr. Speaker, well, I've talked the Golden Years program, Mr. Speaker. That program is going well. Instead of we have the people coming to the center, we take the food to their homes because of the COVID. We do all the medical checks at home, we bring their medication to them, and we're having a concert with them where we're going to bring everybody, they're going to wear their masks on the COVID, and we're going to have a good time for Christmas, and that's happening on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I must talk about the water treatment plant in Munich. $600,000 was provided to set up that plant in Munich. You know what happened over the years? We have more buildings in Munich, more houses were built in Munich, so the water lines cannot accommodate. And so we had to set up that treatment plant. And so everybody in Munich now can get water, and clean, beautiful water. So we will be commissioning that plant in early January, Mr. Speaker. We have upgraded 3 of our community centers. We want to move from community center to resource centers. We want to develop our young people in the community. We want to start different programs that are relevant to what is taking place now, instead of just having dance and hang out in these things. We don't want that again. We want to teach. We want to get our people to move to another level. We want to lift the self-esteem of our single-headed households. We have so much a high percentage here in Grenada. We want to train them and prepare them so they can move on to another level in their lives. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are doing all that with the 3 community centers that are being refurbished. We're hoping that all of these programs can take place there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to close, and I want to thank my constituents. I want to thank you all dearly. You all have worked hard. Some have worked harder than others. Some they have different talents, So they exert their different talents in different ways in the constituency. And it's a joy sometimes to sit back and look at them. We just had a very successful barbecue, and I didn't even show my face. I came in the end. Because they plan everything and they organize 500 persons. Take away, Take away. I don't want the COVID-19 team to be all take away. Well organized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank them sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank them for all the support they have given, Mr. Speaker, in this pandemic. You know, they have done well. Our office staff, Pastor Belfon and the team, they have worked tremendously well. And all the other persons in the constituency, our branch chair, etc. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my family. I want to thank Steve. Look at him right there. He usually sits behind here, but because of protocol, things have changed. So he's watching me face up. I want to thank him for his patience and tolerance. Let me tell you something. Mr. Speaker, my husband and my close friends, I have 3 very close friends for years, maybe over 50 years or whatever. I always keep my friends. You know what they say to me? You're neglecting us. We don't know what is going on with you. We have no idea. We can't get you on the phone. We only see you on a TV, and that is not communication. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them for their patience and their tolerance. And, you know, I know I'm going to make up some of the time. I also want to thank the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to serve in his cabinet, my colleagues for their continued support, because we have to network. You know, this is a cabinet that is so full of vigor and vitality. You know, I heard some cabinets before they used to cuss, quarrel. But this cabinet, we don't quarrel. We plan. We plan. That is all what's happening, you know. And some of them I think the planning is too intense. Sometimes when I go home, I say, oh God, we talk about so many things today. I wonder what was the final thing again? You know, so much planning takes place that, you know, we don't have time to talk about other things that are unnecessary. I am proud of the team, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of the new National Party government. It's a pleasure working with them. And I'm proud of you, sir, too, because you have given me so much guidance while I'm in this honorable house. I want to thank you and your staff for all the support you have given me. Every time I say President, you say Speaker. Or you remind me of when I go wrong. So it's really a pleasure. I want to thank you, and I want to wish us all well. I don't know if we are coming back to this house, this honorable house, before the year end. I see a nod, so I believe we are coming back. So thank you all. And again, I want to thank my staff at the ministry, and in particular my PS behind me. He's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. Andrew Southwest. Because you did not consider me a friend, you wanted to take advantage of me. So I gave you 1 minute, you took 5. I won't forget. Honorable Representative for the term of St. George.
Precedent has been set.
Only for that one lady. Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise to make my contribution to the budget, particularly with respect to the ministries of Labor and Agriculture, Forestry, Lands. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Minister for Finance for what I consider to be a people-centered budget. I think, for me, what I heard most from him was the empathy required in a period like this. These are difficult times, and as Minister for Labor, I will speak to some of that. But these are difficult times for many people, and sometimes, you know, we forget that. So I want to thank the Minister for Finance for showing that empathy and for delivering a budget that really addresses the concerns of the people, knowing full well that these concerns are many, and it is not easy because you have a drop in revenue, but you have an increase in demand for finance. So being able to navigate that difficult process is something that I think the Minister of Finance has done well. And in so doing, I think he's received the commendations due to him by all of us in here, and from all the comments I hear outside. Certainly, I think all of Grenada is very happy for his very empathetic, very people-centered budget this year. Mr. Speaker, I will start with the Ministry for Labor. And I want to start by thanking all of the stakeholders in the Ministry of Labor, the trade union movement, the employers and employers federation, all of the organization, the workers, the small and medium and large businessmen. I want to thank all of them and to empathize with them also in these very difficult times. It was not easy. It is not easy for small business owners who find themselves unable to open in some cases, unable to procure supplies in other cases. And we at the Ministry of Labor, our role is to promote, enhance, and maintain good and stable industrial relations. In these circumstances, in normal circumstances, it's difficult, and I want to thank the Labor Commissioner. He's here this afternoon. His job is very difficult, and the other staff in the Ministry of Labor, the Permanent Secretary. But in normal times, it's difficult, but in COVID times, it's extremely difficult because the grievances are many-fold repeated. We have, for example, payments for business days that businesses are closed. Are people entitled to them because they're closed because the government say you must close? These are challenges we've never faced. Annual vacation leave, the used in the context of COVID-19, but some employers were saying, listen, use your annual leave to make up for the days that you're home. In other words, you don't get leave outside of that. You're already on leave. Termination allowance by many of the small businesses, and some of them went out of business. So these were very difficult times for the Ministry of Labor to navigate all of that, and certainly the Labor Commissioner and myself had to address many of these grievances. And I want to thank the government for the many stimulus packages. I don't know if you call it stimuli or stimulus packages, but many of these packages that were given out really helped alleviate some of the problems faced by these people. And these were very tangible gestures in this budget, and in the face, Mr. Speaker, of many more challenges. Mr. Speaker, there's also the question of vaccines and vaccine mandates and vaccine hesitancy. That is a new area. We've had to face this. What is the law? We have not faced that before. How do we address that? There have been many pronouncements throughout the region by many very scholarly jurists, but none of it really went through the court system. So that was another area that we had to navigate through, and you would see that we had some issues coming before us. So we continue to struggle with these issues at the Ministry of Labor, and I want to thank all of those who helped us in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, first of all, the trade union movement for helping us on the question of vaccines. Also, they had to face issues of how to approach vaccine. I must say that in some cases we got help from them to encourage people to vaccinate, although they themselves were faced with members who did not want to vaccinate. I understand vaccine hesitancy. I understand people who hesitate. What I don't understand is the anti-vax conspiracy theories. And I think for all of us, it is in the interest of all workers in Grenada for us to get back to normalcy. And to get back to normalcy, it is my view, not shared by all, that we need to vaccinate. I have had my dose of vaccinations. I've had no difficulty. So I understand some people who hesitate. But the conspiracy theories, I mean, I had a guy who told me the other day, Peter, I hear that everybody who take the vaccine going dead next year, you know. So, well, you know, if you believe that, then that's a matter for you. In any event, Mr. Speaker, there were several issues we had to confront. The major industrial dispute, and I'm going to go fast because I have agriculture, which is major, and then the constituency. The public sector unions versus the government. I want to thank all of the unions and the government negotiating team for eventually resolving this issue. I need not go into it. Everybody knows the issue. We had some difficulties. I had to be pushing, Mr. Speaker. I found myself in a difficult position. I'm a member of the government. I have to negotiate. Nobody trusts me because they figure I'm on the side of the government. But eventually, I think we were able to earn their trust, and we found resolution to the problem. So I want to thank all of the unions, the GUT, Public Workers Union, TAU, the GMMIWU, and the Bank and General Workers Union, all of them, for finding an accommodation that brought us to a solution and to restore a stable industrial climate, the mandate of the Ministry of Labour. So that, I think, went well, and I hope it sets a good omen for the future. Then we had the TAU versus RBTT with the Royal Bank of Canada. This matter was agreed before the Labour Commissioner, and based on precedent and interpretation of the law, the issue was referred to me. Eventually, again, we found a mediated settlement and resolve the issue. There are some small outstanding issues, but we were able to resolve that issue, another major one. Mr. Speaker, then there was a TAU, there is the TAU SGU. That one has to do with vaccine and vaccine mandates. That one is still before the Labour Commissioner. It is, of course, not an easy one to resolve because of lack of precedent on the matter. But we are giving it deep thought. The Labour Commissioner is spending nights reading. You know, Mr. Speaker, he did some studies in law, so he does have a bit of background, so he's using some of that. We are working to resolve the TAU SGU matter. It is, as I say, complex because it's a new area of law. Does an institution have the right to demand vaccination? So that is a matter we're resolving. The Ministry of Labour is also involved, Mr. Speaker, with the migrant worker program. I'm talking about what we call the apple picking program in Canada. We've done quite a bit of that before COVID. Unfortunately, COVID disrupted much of it. We are now working with our partners in the OECS to restore it. And not only to restore it, but to expand the amount of farms you get. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to expand it into other areas, inclusive of the hospitality industry. I think the Minister for Tourism will agree that if we can get access to the hotels in Canada to send some of our persons to train, it will do well for training in our hotel sector. Additionally, it will provide an area for women to also go on these programs, because with the apple picking program, there is no such availability for females to go on the program. Mr. Speaker, with respect to cruise ship employment, similarly, now that the cruise ship market is returning, the ministry is making a big push for re-employment of Grenadians on the cruise ships. And again, a huge opportunity, something undertaken within the Ministry of Labour for us with respect to employment. With respect to work permits, you know, the work permits issue is one that I raise, and I say it's a double-edged sword. It's a difficult story because we have raised $1,463,500 in work permits for this year, which means that we are making money on work permits. But it also means that there are many workers in Grenada who should be getting some of these jobs and are not getting. I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, that many of these jobs are very skilled jobs. So, for example, when you have a hotel, a high-end hotel coming into the country, it requires a certain level of skill. So I think this tells the story that we need to upgrade the vocational training of our people in the carpentry, in the tiling, and things that are very specialized and at the high-end level, very particular. So while we are making and contributing a substantial amount with work permits, we would like to continue making this, but at the same time, it for us is a story with it's a double-edged sword, as I indicated. With respect to the future and plans for 2022, Mr. Speaker, we have presented to the cabinet of this country a program, a plan for upgrading the Ministry for Labour. And it has already been approved in principle while we're working out the details with the Department of Public Administration. It speaks to staffing, it speaks to strengthening tripartism, it speaks to improving the trade dispute resolution, because one of the issues we have is a mechanism that takes it out of the hands of the minister to resolve some of these disputes, because it is a difficult proposition. So we are going to make a proposal. It may not go as far as Trinidad has with respect to an industrial court, but certainly we need to find a way to upgrade that service so that grievance handling becomes much more effective. It is one that we've received complaints on and one that we made a proposal to the government to resolve. We are also reinvigorating the Labour Advisory Board, which is something that plays a critical role with respect to labor-employer relations and industrial climate. We are completing the Employment and Labor Relations Acts, that is the review and update of the Employment and Labor Relations Acts. We are also working on the proposal, a draft Occupational Health and Safety Act, that is also in the works, and more focus on improving relations between employers and the trade unions. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet has established the Minimum Wage Committee. Now, this is something that we've been having calls for, particularly in the context of COVID and in the context of the new inflationary pressures that are being felt. And the level of prices. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone concerned with the Ministry of Labour, the workers, thank employees. Employee relations, but issues related to private sector businesses and private sector workers. So I do hope that I get the cooperation that we require in the Ministry of Labour going forward so that we can find amicable resolutions to all of these issues that confront us. Mr. Speaker, agriculture. This year, we dubbed the year of organization and production. We determined, and I said in the last budget debate, that efficient use of our resources was more important than an increase in resource allocation, because if we do not efficiently use our resources, an increase in allocation will make no difference. And I said then, and I repeat now, that is our position. And I said then to Mr. Speaker that if we were efficiently using our resources in 2021, I do expect the Minister of Finance to have a little generosity. And I want to announce here today that, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance has found it in his heart and in his budget to allocate the Ministry of Agriculture some more money, and that for us is a big plus, and I want to thank you and commend the government for that. I want to also thank that Permanent Secretary, my dear brother Moraine, sitting here with me, the newly appointed Chief Agricultural Officer, Mr. Thompson. Sitting next to him, we have the Acting Extension Officer, Ms. Lauren St. Louis, and I see Mr. Del Sol and many of the workers here, my friend Mr. Campbell and other workers in the Ministry of Agriculture, who over the last year have been very patient with me in teaching me agriculture. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that it has been a good year. Mr. Speaker, I have received an intense education in the potential of the industry, and I do believe that we spent the last year addressing the challenges we face, and I think that we are on the way to reducing the food import bill. Mr. Speaker, we held a national symposium early in my tenure, and I think that national symposium brought together farmers throughout the country. And that national symposium gave us a clear indication of what the agricultural sector requires. Mr. Speaker, agriculture has been allocated in Vote 64, $20,437,606. But really and truly, the allocation to agriculture is much more than that. In fact, we believe, and we've seen in the budget, because monies for agriculture comes from several areas. So, for example, my dear brother Byron Campbell sitting here oversees SIRE. You would see when I go through the budget that they are doing roads, feeder roads and farm roads for the agricultural sector. So while Vote 64 reflects 20 million, it is much more than that. It is more like $35 million that we in agriculture are receiving. Mr. Speaker, we focused this last year on implementation. My dear brother, I think the leader of the opposition did indicate implementation is a major issue. I want to announce that we in the Ministry of Agriculture have pushed on the issue of implementation, and we have been getting good results. Let us start, Mr. Speaker, with farm roads. One of the major issues confronting agriculture is access. In fact, working with the nutmeg industry, they have said that we can increase nutmeg production by 20% if we develop better access. We have the $46.8 million agricultural feeder roads project. And this is using local resources. The Clarbony Road, the Munich to Bacalet Bridge, the Baileys Bacalet to La Pastora Road, the Laborie Road, the St. George's Estate Road, and the Redmond Road. This project, Mr. Speaker, is 25.2% complete. In addition to that, we have collaborated with some persons in the private sector. Mr. Claudius Spear, I want to thank him and commend him. He is a private sector owner of equipment, and he has come forward to help us to do a road in Windsor in terms of assisting in building the roads at Windsor. More than 20 farmers use this road that Mr. Pierre has helped. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been working on access. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, farm labor support. This year, we spent $1.8 million. 550 farmers were assisted clearing and preparing 885 acres of farmland. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that in the budget this year, we've had an increase of $1.5 million, and that means, again, that the Farm Labor Support Program for 2022 will do much more than was done this year. I want to commend the Extension Division. They have a plan to, Mr. Speaker. They are planning to upgrade the capacity of the officers. One of the complaints we get, and I know my brother Augustine sitting there as a farmer, he's sitting up looking, because he knows that one of the issues we have with Extension is that Extension, the old Extension officers are always said to be the good Extension officers. Have you seen Extension officers, the old ones, touch the mud and can tell you the texture and what the mud is good for? We need to get our young Extension officers up to that level. Of course, using much more scientific methods than was used in the past. Therefore, I want to commend those persons who did the course. There were 16 Extension officers who completed a diploma in agricultural extension at TAMCC. I want to commend them and say to the Extension Division that that is what we need to do. More training. But I've also said that the means through which these people work, we must upgrade them by providing transportation, providing equipment, providing tools. And I'm glad to say that we are working with UNDP and other organizations to upgrade the Extension Division, because that division is the division that the farmers work through to the ministry with. So I want to thank Ms. St. Louis for doing that, and to urge her to continue doing the work. With respect to the livestock subsector, Mr. Speaker, we have to improve the livestock sector in this country for several reasons. More important among them, to find a way to reduce the food import bill for meat. We are now working on Laura in St. David. There's an area, Laura, where we have a livestock farm. A massive cleanup of the premises is currently taking place. We are restoring the pastures, restoring the health of the animals, and renovating the buildings and refencing the area, because we want Laura to become the center for livestock development in this country. Goat, sheep, pig production will be done at Laura. We have a young, talented team. My brother was from St. David, that's his area. We have a young, talented livestock team, headed by young veterinarians and other livestock officers. We must work with them to develop that. But additionally, we have an institution in Grenada, Mr. Speaker, that we don't make sufficient use of. St. George's University. They have a livestock division. We must work with them. In fact, a meeting has been set up, if not this week, next week, with St. George's University, to discuss a memorandum of understanding with them with respect to livestock development. We must increase our breeds. There are sheep and goats in the world that are much larger than the ones we produce. We can substantially reduce the importation of meat if we develop our livestock industry. And I'm talking about pigs. We're working with a farmer in St. Andrew, Mrs. Thomas's constituency at the Grambra, where we are working to develop cow stock in the country. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, aimed at reducing that $300 million food import bill that we have. We can do it if we just apply the right method. So we are working to develop Laura. Again, Laura will become the center for livestock, not only livestock production, but livestock research. And I'll come back to research in a few minutes. So I want to thank all of the persons in that area. Agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the person who has leased Bellevue Estate to develop the agro-processing plant again. In St. David, I don't know, there's something about St. David these days. Yes. But in St. David, in order to develop the agro-processing industry, but not only the big agro-processing plant, I want to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker. I want to pay tribute to all of the small agro-processors who are producing jams and dressings and sauces and all of the things that my dear friend, the Minister of Tourism, I know enhances the industry. Because we must make sure, Mr. Speaker, that when the tourists come here, they have something to buy. You know, one of the analogies that I use, sometimes the tourists come in on the top of the plane, and in the belly of the plane is the food they're eating. That does not help us. They must come in, we must feed them, turn them upside down, make sure they have no more money left in their pocket, and then send them on their way home. That is how our country will develop, by ensuring that we have something here, so that when the tourist comes in, he buys. Sometimes you have heard some tourists already, they can't find anything to buy. So our agro-industrial sector is what is going to do that. And again, Mr. Speaker, at our produce chemist laboratory, which we are working to develop, you'll hear about some plans for the future, we are going to try to find some of these. Poultry industry. Mr. Speaker, the poultry industry is a challenging one. I want to commend my dear brother Dabrio here, who has made that a mantra of his to work on the issue of feed. The biggest challenge facing the poultry producers in this country is the cost of the inputs, in particular, the cost of feed. We have an arrangement with Caribbean Agro. My dear brother Dabrio spoke about it many times. We have to find a way to correct that. If we do not correct that, we will not be able to break the back of that food import bill. $30 million a year is spent on importing poultry. Another bad thing, Mr. Speaker, not healthy poultry. That's right. Our local poultry is the healthiest poultry you have, except the question of affordability. We must make sure we make it affordable so that our people can get sufficient protein. Some people have said, you know, we could just ban the importation. Well, if you ban the importation, we will be denying protein to our people. So we have to both make it accessible, but also affordable, because accessible must mean affordable. So we have to find a way to break the back of the cost of the poultry. I know my brother Dabra is working on it. We hope to break the back of that challenge. With respect to lands, the issue of lands, Mr. Speaker, we have brought a cabinet, and I want to commend my dear sister Yolande. She's done a lot of work to develop our land policy. I want to commend Brother Thompson too, the now Chief Agricultural Officer, for doing the work in developing our land policy. We have about 88,000 acres of land in this country. And every day we hear demands for land, for housing, for business, for hotels. We are going to run out of land, Mr. Speaker, if we don't develop a good management system. We have to determine what land is for agriculture, what land is for housing, what land is for manufacturing, what land is for national parks, and insist on that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend my friend, the acting chief vet who is here. But we must determine, Dr. St. Bernard, we must determine what our lands are going to be used for, and that is our land policy. We have placed before Cabinet a land policy that is going to have within it a mechanism for managing our lands to ensure that we do not end up putting our best agricultural lands into housing and our best housing lands into manufacturing. We need to develop a mechanism through which our lands are properly managed. We need to ensure that our forestry is well managed. Our watersheds, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we don't understand the importance of maintaining watersheds. Without proper management of our watersheds, we have a problem. Without proper management of our forests, we all know about climate change. I think everybody is now aware of the importance of climate resilience, climate change. You've heard the language. We must ensure that this land policy is properly developed and properly implemented so that we have land for farming, we have land for housing, we have land for hotels, and all of this must be done in the context of a plan. And that is why also, Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of forestry. We have determined that we need to rehabilitate and have rehabilitated 1,600 feet of forest trails. And again, the Minister of Tourism, this is something that we work well with tourism on. We have to ensure that we develop a forest capacity plan. And we are having one developed with the support of the Climate Resilience Agriculture for Integrated Landscape Management Project. There are many entities through climate resilience mechanisms that will help us to do a lot of what we're doing. A lot of what we're doing here will be financed. And I know my brother Thompson just came back from the COP26 in Glasgow, where he reported a lot of good work from Grenada, on Grenada at Glasgow. We need to develop our forestry mechanism, but also our national parks. We announced last year that we are going to be finding spaces for national parks, and I must report that we have worked with UNDP. We will be employing an individual whose task it is will ensure the development of spaces for our people. Because in all of this, we also have to find space for our people to find recreation. We need, you know, you go to London, you go to New York, you go to these cities. In the middle of these cities, you find a nice little green space where you can go with the kids and have the kids run around. That is also important. We spoke about the importance of psychological issues during COVID. National parks, areas of recreation are important, and that is why we in the Ministry of Lands are going to be working on that. Pest control. My dear brother Northeast mentioned what you call blight. Well, it's really called a Croton scale disease. Some people commonly call it blight. But yes, I do recognize it as a problem, but let me assure my dear brother that over 250 households, farms, plants, nurseries have received assistance in this regard. But that is not enough. We are going on and spraying, but sometimes you spray and you go back and it's coming back. You go back, you can cut down the tree. So it is not an easy issue to resolve. So what we have done, in fact, as we speak, the head of our pest management unit, Mr. Thaddeus Peters, is in Miami. I think he's coming back tomorrow, where he's going to purchase 30,000 ladybug beetles. Now, I remember growing up seeing these ladybug beetles, but what I didn't understand was that ladybug beetles is the way to fight curtain scale. So he's going to arrive back in a couple of days with 30,000. We're going to get another 50,000 later in the year, where he's going to use some for breeding and release some. Now, it's going to be controlled releases in certain areas of the country where curtain scale is bad. That is what, and I remember my dear brother Campbell, who called one night a couple of weeks ago and said, we need to do something. And I said to him, that is where we're going. So we are using what we call biological control. You see, there's a spray. But then there's biological control, which is the use of the ladybug beetles. And I assure you that it is safe because we used it in the past. I think we used it when there was a pink hibiscus mealybug outbreak some years ago. So we are going to use it again. So I want to assure the population that it is a safe way to deal with it. So hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, we will bring curtain scale further under control through the use of the biological controls, which is the ladybug. And I want to thank all of the members of the unit who've been working really hard, but it's difficult because you spray today, you have to go back, spray again, it's expensive. But the ladybug, the use of the ladybug biological control, certainly we believe will be best. With respect to agronomy, we have the Maribo, Ashandan, Maran, and Bulang. We are upgrading all of these facilities. Over $500,000 is currently allocated to have it done in this year's budget. So it is being done. Maribo is being upgraded. We have the soil sterilizer, which gets cleaner soil so that plants are better. That's being installed. It was purchased. We are fixing the offices. We are repairing Ashandan. We are repairing Maran. All of the propagating stations are being upgraded. Work has started on upgrading the offices in Maribo to 82,632 plants. 82,632 plants for farmers of the country were produced at Maribo at a cost of $2 million. So Maribo is up, it is working, there's much more to be done, but we are working it. And the new soil sterilizer, we received it through the GEF, which is a Climate Resilient Agriculture for Integrated Landscape Management Project, supported the division in getting the soil sterilizer. So again, the propagating stations are being upgraded. The Agricom project. Many people know about the Agricom project. I can't go into the details, but government invested in 2021 $1.7 million EC in 12 agricultural initiatives. That is the initiative where you have an aggregator. My brother Del Sol gave me a lesson in that. You have the aggregator at the top, and you have people working with him or her. The aggregator may be the personal producer. So, for example, you have somebody who is doing agro-processing, and you have 5, 10, 15 farmers working with them. The aggregator is at the top. They work with the aggregator. So you develop a mechanism through which there's one person at the top doing the major player and the farmers producing the items. So I may be making guavas, and I have 10 guava farmers supplying the guavas to me. So we've spent $1.7 million on 12 initiatives. 600,000 of this sum was provided to 110 farmers in the form of farm equipment and inputs. And in 2022, $2 million will be allocated to these 12 initiatives. So again, we have an Agricom project that is doing well for farmers. Rehabilitation of Grambra. I know my sister Thomas did mention it in her presentation yesterday. And we have a 10-year plan for the rehabilitation of Grambra. In the past, we had leased it out, and we found that it wasn't working, Mr. Speaker. So we took it back, to put it that way. And We've already have 25 acres primarily under cocoa, another 14 coming, and there are many other projects. I want to commend the Extension Division again for doing a wonderful job of getting Grambra back on track. Also on Grambra are some cows from a private farmer who we've given us what? On condition that he assists us in propagating good cows. In other words, some people believe you just get a cow, but though there are different kinds of cows and there are different ways to develop the industry, as Dr. St. Bernard would tell us, we are using Grambra to produce crops, to get germplasm, to make other crops for other seedlings for other farmers, but also to try to develop some livestock. Already, they have supplied 5,000 pounds of provision to the school feeding program, which is another thing we have to do. We have to find ways to put our local products into the school feeding program rather than buying chubby, rather than buying these things that are giving our kids diabetes at an early age. And that is why we need to utilize all the land we can possibly do to provide for these kinds of programs. So, Grambra, I want to commend the ministry for the Grambra project. With respect to the land bank program, Diamond Estate and Grand Bakalek Estate is now involved in the land bank. What is the land bank? The land bank program is a mechanism where we take government lands, we divide them up into 5 10-acre lots, and we provide it to young or old farmers who want to get into farming. One of the requirements, though, that we have is that they undergo training for business before the land is allocated to them. When they have the land allocated and they're developing the business, we will give them the agronomy support from the agronomy division. We will give them the extension support. We can give them support with mechanization. But what we must ensure is that they treat agriculture as a business. One of the challenges we have is that sometimes people believe you get a boot, you get a cutlass, you get a fork, and you're a farmer. It is much more than that. The business of farming must be taught to young farmers coming in, and I want to say that the Land Bank project is one such project. 32 of the 38 persons who applied for the use of lands are now being trained by GIDC. So they go to GIDC, they learn to do the books, they learn to organize themselves as a business, and then we allocate the land. And after they have the land, the Extension Division will work with them, the Agronomy Division will work with them. We will ensure that they're doing their books properly so that they become businessmen. Businessmen and businesswomen involved in farming is what we're trying to develop through the Land Bank program. Mr. Speaker, with respect to farming, pre-deal larceny is a major issue. I cannot spend all the time I wish to spend this evening, but just to report that we are working with the Royal Grenada Police Force. I believe that we found a way to solve the problem. We're also working with the private sector. I want to commend the Communal Credit Union and Mr. Bido for recently launching an item that will help in pre-deal larceny. I want to thank them for that and to encourage more investments of that nature with respect to pre-deal larceny. We've recently purchased a vehicle at the ministry in order to assist in it, and we've had meetings with the Royal Grenada Police Force to ensure that they upgrade to the extent necessary. Mr. Speaker, another issue I want to raise is that of our honey export. Honey exports to Trinidad, a very vexing issue. Everyone is aware of the conflict with Grenada and Trinidad, not a conflict, but an issue where Trinidad refuses to accept Grenada honey. I want to report that we've just received a report from CAFSA. CAFSA is a regional entity that does what we call the psychosanitary examinations to see if the products are produced in a way that is suitable for export. And they have said that Grenada, they identified one producer and said that that honey is safe for export to Trinidad. And the report also provides recommendations to the other honey entities on how to have their honey ready for export. The report commended the regulatory authorities in Grenada and for the immense effort invested in the apiculture sector. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Grenada has some of the best honey in the world. Our honey producers have received awards in the past. The report is also saying that it says, step towards making the Grenada honey production sector comply with the conditions for the entry and trade in Trinidad and Tobago. But this is not the final step. We still have to engage in diplomatic and political discussions with Trinidad to get the honey into Trinidad. But clearly, this is a step in the right direction and a major step, because once quoted, the regional trade organization, the Trade and Economic Development Unit of CARICOM, once they get this report, the CAFSA report, and they look at it and they say it's okay, then more pressure will be placed on Trinidad. Then Trinidad has no argument but to accept our honey. So hopefully, and I know the Prime Minister has been talking to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, hopefully this will allow us to get our honey into Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, GCA, GCNA, we believe that the merger of GCA, GCNA is the right step. We believe that it makes no sense to have two entities doing the same thing, two managers, two accountants, two deputy managers. But not only do we believe that, Mr. Speaker, the two boards accept that. So what we have now is a committee that has been set up, comprising the managers of Cocoa and Nutmeg, the chairman of Cocoa and Nutmeg, and government representatives to discuss the modalities in achieving the merger. It makes all economic sense in the world, because what we want in these entities is efficiency. And I think all of them, Cocoa and Nutmeg, accepts that efficiencies will be got with the merger of the boards. But some people confuse merger and liberalization. They are two separate issues. I want to use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. When people hear merger, they hear liberalization. Those are two separate issues to be dealt with separately. The track we are on now, Mr. Speaker, is a deal with the merger issue. And the only outstanding issue, as far as we are aware, is the assets of the two boards to determine what the assets are, what is the value of the assets, and how these assets are to be distributed before we go into merger. It's like a marriage, Mr. Speaker. Before you get married, you want to make sure the wife have what she has, the husband have what he has. So when you go into the marriage, the assets are sorted out. So if the marriage does go this way, then people leave with their assets. That's not so. So it is, well, you know, I am not making a pessimistic view of life. I'm just reflecting a realistic view of life. Don't be pessimistic about it. It actually does work sometimes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that that is where we are with the marriage of Cocoa and Nutmeg. They are determining what each party owns, what the farmers in each entity is entitled to, before we discuss the modalities of the merger. The liberalization and the opening up, that is an entirely different issue to be dealt with on an entirely different track. Let us do what we agree on, and what we have issues with, we'll do a little later. Mr. Speaker, so I want to commend both Cocoa and Nutmeg. And I want to commend, to report to that Nutmeg export earnings really skyrocketed this year. It moved from $6.4 million in 2020 to $8.1 million in 2021. I want to commend Nutmeg and Nutmeg farmers for the production and the development of the sector. Mr. Speaker, I need to speak about moving forward. That was a report on what we've been doing. With respect to moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we in the ministry will pursue a vision of a transformed agricultural sector that is more efficient and productive, contributing more significantly to national food security and improved livelihoods. I repeat, pursue a vision of a transformed agricultural sector that is more efficient and productive, contributing more significantly to national food security and improved livelihoods. The watchwords for this year is innovation and transformation. That is what we will pursue in 2022. We must, Mr. Speaker, modernize the agricultural sector. So what do we mean by that? Firstly, we need to expand production. We need to increase the acreage in our country under agricultural production. We want to increase it this year by 400 acres. We have earmarked, for example, in Granbra, $500,000 to continue Granbra, Mount Rule, and other areas. We are looking at other lands. We are looking at Bardia and other areas that government has lands, Belvedere. There are lands that government has throughout the country. We must bring them under agricultural production. And that is what we intend to do to expand our production. We are also going to work with the private sector, because there are many private sector persons who have lands not under cultivation. For example, Leroy Neckel, somebody we're working with, he is currently in talks with us about putting 100 acres of land under production, but not only putting it under production, he's going to be leasing it out. He's bought equipment and machinery to clear it for the farmers. He's going to work with us to provide the agronomical support. He's going to work with us to provide the technical support to the farmers. So not only will we put public sector land under production, we are going to work with the private sector in order to expand the production. We believe that there is a significant amount of agricultural lands laying idle. In fact, we know that, and we are going to work to put it either formally through the land bank or informally working with some of the private sector people. In addition to that, we need to get the private sector more involved, but I'll come back to that momentarily. And the land policy that I referred to earlier would help us with that. Research and development. We need to do more research and development on products. Mr. Speaker, many of the products we have in Grenada were not indigenous. I think I remember a story about Captain Cook bringing breadfruit or something like that when I was growing up. Captain Bligh. Captain Bligh. It wasn't Cook, it was Bligh. Captain Bligh brought breadfruit. It means that a lot of the products we have are not indigenous. We may be able to research and find that there are other things we can produce in Grenada that is of high value. Because of the small nature of our society, we need high value products. So we are going to be working with them on that. We believe that Maribo should be the home of a research facility. We are therefore working with the Indian government through the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. We are working with the governments of the People's Republic of China. We are working with Dr. Malachi Dutton, who is now retired, but worked with us to develop a research document. We are working to ensure that we do research in agriculture to enhance what we do. You know, we found recently that the GCNA and St. George's University, they have signed an MOU to use the PCR machine to test the sex of nutmegs. Now, when I came into the ministry, I was totally unaware that the sex of the nutmeg is only determined 3 years after it starts growing. And you might find yourself with a male nutmeg tree that produces nothing. When we spoke about it, I want to thank the Ministry of Health, Minister Steele, for making a PCR available to us. So they're now doing the research using the PCR machine so that farmers do not have to wait 3 years, Mr. Speaker, and have a field of male nutmeg trees that produces nothing. So that tells us the value of research. New crop development. We need to get new crops. Soursop is a recent important product. We had it when I was growing up. But only recently we realized that we have access to the US market, preferential access to the US market for soursop. But not only soursop. We have preferential access for lychees, for sugar apple, and several other products. So we are working with a private sector person, Mr. St. Louis, who is working with us to help develop orchids, or what do you call it, orchard areas in Granbra to develop new products to get our farmers producing new crops. So for example, Mr. Speaker, similarly to soursop, we may find that we can develop acres of sugar apple, of lychees, of rambutan. There are some products, and I was totally unaware of this, Mr. Speaker, that Grenada is the only country in the world that has access for certain fruits into the United States. So we are working with the agronomy division, with the extension division, and with the private sector to try to develop these crops so that we can say to farmers, listen, you have 10 acres, put 2 acres under this, we guarantee you the market, because what we have in the US is a guaranteed market, but we will only get there through the research into these products and also the cooperation of the private sector and research entities like SGU who can help us do that. So again, that is one of the things we're pushing for this year. New methods. We need to talk about new methods of production, aquaponics, hydroponics. That also will be part of our mantra going forward. We need to find new markets. The Minister of Finance did indicate that he has a mandate to work with us on getting the marketing board up and running. Marketing board is under the Ministry of Finance, but we believe that we need to work closely with marketing board. If you look at the budget address, he says that there is a mandate from cabinet to get the marketing board up and running this year. We need to find new markets. We need to work with our exporters. You know, mangoes. Mangoes was suspended from the US in 1999 due to the infestation of the mango seed weevil. Now, there is Grenada's request for access to the US market is being considered, and they have agreed in principle to allow mangoes into the US, but they are waiting for the closure of the consultation period. If there are no objections during this consultation period, we now may be able to get mangoes back into the US. Again, these are fruits that can earn a lot of money and foods that can be planted while you have other crops growing. So we can grow lettuce and tomatoes and all the other things, and you have a patch with some mangoes that you're making some money from on the US market. Again, we need to research and we need to develop these issues. In order to help us, we have the Youth in Agriculture program, Mr. Speaker. I do not have much time. We have the Youth in Agriculture program. You'll be hearing much more about that going forward. But one of the vexing issues that we have is availability of finance. And I want to address that for a minute. We believe that the financial institutions must find innovative financial mechanisms to allow persons who do not own land to get financing. We know it is difficult on the institutions because they claim, Mr. Speaker, that is the non-performing loans in the agricultural sector is high. But they need to find ways. The government will need to find a way to maybe find some kind of guarantee mechanism to allow young farmers. I've had many young farmers come to me and say, listen, I want some land, to lease some land, but we need money. I had somebody speak to me today about goat farmers in St. Patrick who have the same problem. They need to get a loan, but they do not have the necessary collateral or deposit to get the financing that they need. So we need to find a mechanism through the GDB, but also working with ARISE and other financial institutions to make money more available to farmers, young and old. It must be as easy to get a loan for agriculture as it is easy to get a loan for a minibus. I say it every time I speak, Mr. Speaker, because we need to get investments. I called Trevor one night and asked him, what's one of the big issues? And he said, investment into the sector. So we need to work with the private sector to invest, but we also need to work with financial institutions to allow farmers to get the necessary capital. We need to get a CBI project. I say it every year, a CBI mechanism, Mr. Minister of Finance. We need to ask the CBI, the same preferential rate that they have for tourism products, we must also get it for the agricultural sector. And I've spoken to the unit, and I know we engaged in talks. As we have CBI projects with hotels, we should have CBI projects in agriculture, and that is something we're working on. And we also need to get all of the private sector entities that make monies in this country to invest in agriculture. All the private sector entities must do that. Mr. Speaker, there are some other issues, but I'll have to run through them. We need to establish the crop insurance. I know there's a plan for crop insurance working with the cocoa and nutmeg subsector because, hurricanes and so on can wipe out an entire agricultural sector. And many of the farmers do not have any kind of insurance. In fact, most of them don't. We need to establish some kind of retirement mechanism. My dear brother Oliver, we've been speaking about that. I do not have the time to expand on it, but some farmer pension scheme. I've spoken to the senator responsible for agriculture. That will also be transformative. We need to also, Mr. Speaker, provide mechanized support for farmers. It is really difficult for many farmers to get the necessary resources to do mechanization, to do plowing, and I believe, you see, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the state in small island developing societies have a major role to play. One of the most subsidized industries in the world, in Europe, in the United States, in Canada, is agriculture. When you hear the conflicts between European countries, is on the question of who is subsidizing more than who. I believe it is our role as a state, Mr. Speaker, to provide the research, because each farmer can't do research. We need to provide the research, we need to provide the extension services, we need to provide the agronomical support, we need to provide the mechanisms for financing in this sector, and we need to provide mechanized support. I don't believe each farmer, and it's proven itself that each farmer can't do that. So we need to do that. On the other side of the game is the businessmen in farming. Our farming community must become astute business persons. So we provide all that support, and the farmers who are businessmen and businesswomen, they do their part, and I believe that will propel the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion on agriculture, I want to just float an idea. We believe that we should relocate the center of operations of the agricultural sector to Maribo St. Andrew. We believe that Maribo St. Andrew is the heart of the breadbasket of Grenada. Therefore, we are talking to some bilateral partners to see if they will be agreeable to assisting us, because I know the Minister of Finance will not want me to lean on him for this, to establish a facility in Maribo where you have the research, we have pest control, we have extension, we have agronomy, we have everything, so that farmers out in those districts can access what they need there. We believe that that will spur the agricultural sector on. We believe the rural area will be lifted, because when people come to visit to talk agriculture, they'll go live there, or they'll go to a hotel in the area. We believe that that could lead to a boost in the rural community, rather than have the Ministry of Agriculture located here. I believe the Ministry of Agriculture, I should have an office, or the minister, whoever he or she is, should have an office in Maribo, because that is where agriculture is. So we have a vision, and I dare raise it here today, Mr. Speaker. We have a vision that we'll develop the research facility there, we'll develop the pest control facility there, we'll develop all of the facilities that farmers need, be located in Maribo so it can be easily accessed. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we believe that the time for that idea is now. We believe that it's affordable, but we also believe that it will lead to increased production, that it will make economic sense to do that. It shan't be too expensive, but it is something that we are considering. Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, I want to thank all of those who have helped us thus far. The Food and Agricultural Organization, ICA, UNDP, CARDI, the Grenada, the GCNA, the GCA, the People's Republic of China for their work on the agricultural mission, the government of India, Sri Lanka, Morocco, IFAD, CDB, the Marketing Board, MNIB, the University of the West Indies, the OECS, CARICOM, all of these organizations, the World Bank, the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, CARDI, CABI, and CAFSA. We want to thank all of them for their continued support of agriculture in Grenada. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I got a call from a Minister of Agriculture in the region last week saying that, we need to do something together. We had Windban, we had Windfresh, and we found that there were synergies within the Windward Islands. So that, again, is another idea that may come to some fruition, that we need to have more cooperation between the Windward Islands. Somebody doing research, crop production, livestock production, so that because of our limited size, each of us can't do everything. We must choose what we are good at and do that within the context of the Windward Islands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank everybody, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs who have been helpful, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Finance, everybody who has helped me along the way as a new Minister of Agriculture, maybe the first tongue boy to become an agriculture minister. It's been a wonderful, wonderful experience. I want to thank all of you for that. So, as my PS likes to say in his quote, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. So I thank you. But speaking of tongue boy, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my constituency. I see some of them here today, some of them left there. I guess they had to leave to pick up kids. And I want to say to the people of the town of St. George, thank you. Thank you for having me represent you over these last 4 years. In fact, I've been representing the town since 2003. I want to say these have been difficult times. As my sister Yolan said, several persons in the town of St. George died during the COVID pandemic. You know, we have not had the kinds of interactions we normally have. I've not been able to socialize the way I always like to socialize and have been socializing. But in the circumstances, I think we all agree it is the best thing to do. But hopefully if we get the vaccinations up, and I think in the town of St. George we've been doing some vaccinations and more people have been coming out, we may be able to get back to normal sooner than we think. There are several projects in the pipeline. I don't want to go through all of them. We are doing retaining walls, concrete ramps, slipper drains, box drains, walkways, pavements. All of that work is being done in the town of St. George, as mentioned by other constituencies. We have the seed and the stimulus on the seed that benefited 165 households. 50 persons were added, received the stimulus, the seed stimulus as we call it. We have the debushing program where many persons go out and get temporary employment. We have the needy assistance, educational, medical, other forms of assistance to people in the constituency. We have the housing program. You know, one of the biggest issues in the town of St. George is housing. We have no more land in the town of St. George, Mr. Speaker. The town of St. George is out of land. I'll have to beg some of my neighboring constituents for some help. I know we have a Bushes Root project opening soon. We have one in St. David. I heard the minister indicate how many thousands of applications he has. I'm sure there are a few of them from the town of St. George. So I will beg them for some help in that regard because we have no space in order to do that. We did give to some people from St. David and St. Andrews when we had our own project in Mount Rush. So I'll ask for some reciprocity as we move forward with respect to that. So housing, you know, we've been giving housing material in town. What we've been doing too, Mr. Speaker, is have the surveys for the land in the River Road, Dabo area completed. There are many people who are just living on the land, living there for 30, 40, 50 years. We are now engaged in the survey, and hopefully it should be completed in the next few months, where we give them and allocate to them the plot of land that they're living on so that they can upgrade their lives. When people own a house or own land, it helps them when the kids are ready to go to school, that they can go to the bank, they can get a loan, and they just can feel proud that they own this piece of property. So we're working on that also. The toilet and bathroom program is underway in the town of St. George. We were able to provide over the last year, over 12 families in the town of St. George took advantage of that. And the much talked about Empower program. That, again, Mr. Speaker, is one of the better programs we've had in the town of St. George. In fact, I was talking to the Minister of State and Ministry of Youth about that, because while we have several persons in the program, the demand on it is great. So we are asking for Minister of Finance for some extra allocations within the Empower program, but we'll talk bilaterally on that. You don't have to make a public comment. I don't want the others to hear you. Mr. Speaker, the Market Square is under construction. I know that's a sore point for many people, but it's under construction. Hopefully we get it completed by the end of this year so that we can get it sorted out properly. We've upgraded the canteen, the playground where the kids play. I want to thank the Margaret Wilkinson and Flo for doing that. I want to thank the People's Republic of China for the Grenada China Friendship Gardens in River Road and for their help in developing the community center. We only just received some equipment that will make it now, as Yolan said, a proper resource center. So hopefully by January, we will be properly set up to be a resource center, not only for the kids in the Royal Darbo area, but for the elderly who want to come in a day to look at TV, to spend some time. I want to thank the People's Republic of China for assisting us with that. We've given out much relief with COVID-19. During over 200 hampers were given out, and much more will be done during the Christmas season. With respect to the future, we're looking at the library. Minister, I know the library is a major issue for you too. You're quite passionate about it. I received a communication from a group called the Architects for Grenada. I don't know if you've heard of them. It's a new group, and they're talking about adopting the library as their first project to get it up and running at no cost to the government. They're going to work in hand with the Redhead Foundation and the Ministry of Education, and that is something that I want to commend. These are a group of Grenadians who returned to Grenada. One of them is a CBI Grenadian who believed that the library building is a very historic building, but also the importance of the library to our cultural life. So I want to, hopefully that project gets going in the new year. We are also looking at what we call the Backstreet Court. I'm not sure how people know it as. It's where the police barracks were. It's where the canteen is. That is an area, and I must say it, Mr. Speaker, that the people of the town, and when I say the town, I mean the center of the town, it used to be the place where they would recreate, where basketball was played. In fact, it must be the first place in Grenada where basketball was played. I, as a child, played basketball there. They are urging us to repair it. We have the capacity to help. One of the issues that we have to work with the Ministry of National Security is the presence of the police and the presence of the parking. But I just made the comment for what it's worth. We'll have to sit and discuss that. But that is a project we have down for next year. The Port Highway and restoring the Port Highway with proper facilities for the vendors, not removing the vendors, but putting them in proper facilities along Port Highway in nice structures where they pay a small rent is something we want to look at in this year also. Lighting the Tantine playing field, well, it's something that I've spoken to the Minister of Works about. Woolwich Road, Mr. Minister of Finance, you're now the Minister of Finance, not the Minister of Works, but the Woolwich Road will end up in Green Street soon if we don't do anything about it. But I know you've given a commitment that it's on the books to be done, and we welcome that. So, in conclusion, those are just some of the ideas. I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all of my colleagues for giving me the support that I so badly needed as a new Minister of Agriculture. I want to thank all of the workers in the Ministry of Agriculture. Believe it, I have grown to love it. And even if I'm no longer in government tomorrow, I'll find a way. My son is now a farmer, so I'll find myself still in the farming industry. I want to thank all of you for giving me the support I needed. I want to thank my colleagues in the town of St. George. I've said that I've never had a team that worked so diligently. Jenna, Lisa, Denisha, well, my brother Bowen, it's legendary in town. I want to thank all of you for the real solid support you've given to me. As Minister for Foreign Affairs, I used to go away and not be worried at all about what's happening in town. So, and to my colleagues, I want to thank all of you for your support. I think we'll be sitting again before Christmas, but if we don't, have a very, very Merry Christmas. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative, for the town of St. David. For the town of St. George.
St. David's. Thank you, Mr.
I'm moving the tongue to St. David.
No, I want a piece of it, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Well, we are still waiting to have two other presentations on the budget. That is the wrap-up and the Prime Minister. Now, because the Prime Minister, as we know, is out of state, on very important regional and national issue. He would be in tomorrow, God's will, so we would continue tomorrow, God's will, for his presentation and for the wrap-up and so on. But we would continue this evening because we have other motions, and we would ensure that we complete all of those motions and bills so that tomorrow we would have a very easy day. But let me, since I am not part of the debate on the budget, I pray your indulgence to join with you in acknowledging the frontline workers, that is the health workers, the security forces, the public officers, and the unnamed public and private workers. We must thank them too. I'm never anxious to use the words or the term beyond the call of duty, because I think it is always our duty to go on even when we are tired. I am heartened, I must say, that the government, as reported by the Minister for Finance, has decided to recognize the dedicated workers, medical, social, security workers, and other public officers, especially, don't forget, those from the Ministry of Finance, and try not to forget those who continue to work outside of the executive arm, like the legislative arm, who all through in the pandemic and the lockdown and the cutoff and so on, were making themselves present here in the Parliament to continue to work. So I want us to remember that and try not to forget them in the process, because the clerk and staff, I was surprised sometimes I called to find out where they are and they are at work. So we must do that. I looked at the budget and I had a discussion with the presenter of the budget, the Minister for Finance, and he knows that I'm a very honest person when I speak with him. We have worked together for many years. And I said to him, I have listened to the budget from way back in the 90s. When I was Chief Education Officer, I would go every time the budget is read, and I continue from there to the Permanent Secretary. And even when I retired from government services, I would go down to hear the budget because I want to hear it with my own ears, I like to say. And this one has touched me. This one said to me, the guy is a people's person. This government is a people's government. And so the budget reflected that. I have listened and I tried to find out which group of people were left out. And I listened over and over to the speech from the television, and I read the document to find out which group of people were left out. And I realized that many times the term first responders is used, but I'm not satisfied that the first respondents mentioned are the first respondents in this whole process. Because the decision and the leadership is provided by a group of people who in 2019 did not get the 4%, 2020 did not get the 4%, and you look at 2021, won't get the 4%, although they were accused of accepting the 4%. This group of people is not on the list for the 1 month nor the half months. And I'm speaking here to the group of people who we call the parliamentary representatives. I understand how very ticklish you might think it is, but just a couple of Sundays ago at church, a gentleman came up to ask Jesus Christ, "What is the greatest commandment of all?" And the fellow said, Jesus said to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, with all your strength, and your neighbor as yourself. And I admit that the leaders of this dear country love their neighbors, and they remind me a lot of my mother. When she finished sharing food, sometimes there is none in the plate for her. And she would say, that is okay, that is my job, that is my responsibility. Honorable parliamentary representatives, I think I have a slight responsibility for you because I chair in this honorable house. You have to think sometimes about yourself, while you ensure that the agreed amount is paid to the other public officers. You take deduction in your salary sometimes, but you make sure that you don't try that with the public officers. And even when you applaud them, and I join with you in applauding them, and I wish you can give all of them 100% salary for 1 month. Where are you getting yours? So I want you to think seriously that this is not always fair to be unfair to yourselves. I mean, the presiding officers never get anything, so I'm not putting myself in the group to get anything. But I think that I would like to see those who work 24/7, 365.25 days per year, and have to dole out everything that they have to satisfy the love of those outside. They say, give when your neighbor asks you, are still dragging themselves out of any recommendation or any acceptance. So I beg of the Minister for Finance, I don't know how you're going to do it. And I would remind, when the Prime Minister comes, I hope he's listening, it is unfair to treat the parliamentary representative during the time when they too go through the toughest time of the pandemic. When everybody told to stay home, they're running down to work, they have to go to the office. And if they stay home, it's 24/7 the phone is going. And yet when it's time to get a little reward, the same people share out the food and they take it for themselves. So I just had to remind us that the budget, just as the fellow said he would want to know how to balance his budget, I don't know if you know how to balance yours. You might know how to balance the government own, because you're broken, I'm sure. Thank you. I just want to make my share in the budget, you know? And, sorry, move on. So we are going to take now, as I said, a break from this motion, the motion dealing with the estimate of revenue and expenditure to facilitate the two presenters that would take place tomorrow morning. But we would continue with the other motions? Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your words of wisdom. And I know that our rep in the trade matter has listened attentively. And we do expect again some action. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And this is not an issue for joke and laugh. I know that you're talking from experience and with passion. I think all of us here, I can speak for them, do appreciate your sentiments. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to move to item 14B in motions. We have already dealt with 14A. And I wish to move, Mr. Speaker, motion 14B standing in my name, which says, pursuant to Standing Order number 69, which reads, whereas Standing Order number 69, subsection 1 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives provides for the election of a committee to be known as the Public Accounts Committee, and whereas it is further provided that the committee be elected at the sitting of each session at which business of the House other than the reading of the throne speech is transacted, be it resolved that this Honorable House doth now elect the members of the said committee.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that this Honorable House doth now select the members of the Public Accounts Committee. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to propose the following member the Leader of the Opposition as the chairperson, the Honorable Anthony Boson, member for St. Patrick West, and from the other place, Senator the Honorable Christopher Diali, to be the members of the committee.
Honorable members, we have heard the names. That is Honorable Tobias Clement, Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Boson, and Sir Christopher Diali as members comprising the Public Accounts Committee. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, I think I can take it from him that he wishes me to go further on the Standing Committee on Finance, or maybe the Public Accounts Committee. We have held discussions with each other, Mr. Speaker, with respect to changing the committee. First, we discussed the replacement of the senator with another senator. I indicated to him that the particular senator presently has a prowess of being one capable of accounting. He then agreed with me, therefore, we should expand the committee from 3 to 5, because the standing order says that we can have a number of 3 or 5 members. In so doing, I've had discussions, with us. In so doing, it will mean, therefore, Mr. Speaker, since none of the members can be a parliamentary secretary or can be a minister, then we only have one person on this side, which is the Honorable Anthony Boson. The other two must therefore come from the Senate. But I did also remind the leader of the opposition that it was he who came from a Commonwealth parliamentary session in Trinidad and Tobago, if I remember, and indicated, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that you attend many of those functions, that the Public Accounts Committee is for the House. That is why the House is electing, and it is not a joint committee where the Senate selects its component and we have nothing to say, and the House selects its members and they will have nothing to say. It is, for all intent and purpose, stemming from the fact that money matters are for the House of Representatives. And so the accounting function, they're looking over that money is for the House of Representatives. We understand that we had a situation for 3 consecutive times that we had no opposition. So we could not have an opposition leader to be the president or the chairman of that committee. No, we do have one, and so we're recommending, following the standing orders, that the leader of the opposition will be the chairman of the said committee. But we explained to the world that we had a problem, and so we had to go to the Senate in order to get the extra person. Now, at the point in time when this came up, Mr. Speaker, we had 5, with about 3 from the Senate, am I correct? And then they asked, if it is a problem, why have you not used the number 3, and perhaps we could see with that, and take the 1 from the Senate? Why go to 3 from the Senate and remove yourself from the esteemed function of the House, which stems, as they said, a little from the Constitution? That is why, coming from 5, we made it 3, because we got 2 members from the House, and we have 1 from the Senate. The issue before us, Mr. Speaker, and what I contend and I discuss with him, if the member that he wishes to nominate, and he has a right to get up and nominate, is better than the senator who is there now in the ability for accounting and business and looking after the state's account in the sense of being a watchdog, then I believe he'll have no problem from the rest of us in supporting that person. Maybe, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I could propose the name that he said to me. He'll correct me. I think is, I'm not very familiar, I think is Senator the Honorable McQueen, am I correct? Senator the Honorable Matthew Joseph. So if we're going to stay with the 3, Mr. Speaker, as I propose, then we look at the replacement of Senator the Honorable Matthew Joseph for Senator the Honorable Christopher Diali. So I've made a pronouncement. I was giving him the opportunity, so he wanted me to do it. I've gladly done so, Mr. Speaker. And now the motion is therefore be a replacement, since there was no mood or aptitude for moving from 3 to 5. Right. We will not be able to stand on that by saying we have a problem and that's the only way to do it. So what is before us, Mr. Speaker, I've proposed one or the other, and I therefore pass back to you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Do we have any voice from the leader of the opposition? No? Because according to the standing orders, the chairman of the committee shall be the leader of the opposition in the House, if any, and if willing to serve, the Public Accounts Committee may comprise of a chairman and other members of the House of Representatives and the Senate as the House of Representatives may determine. So we are saying now that based on the discussion, Honorable Leader of the Government Business, that we omit the senator who is here and add in another senator.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, since the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association has already chided us on including senators, but appreciate the problem we're in, that you should keep the number 3. Mm-hmm. As such, it will have to be a change for one senator for the other. And as I discussed with the leader of the opposition, should the one he proposes be of greater capacity and capability of the present one, then I would gladly, make a chance. We could always rotate in that case. But I do not know the one being proposed to be of that ilk, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
But it is before the House of Representatives to decide.
But could the leader of the opposition give us any indication as to the qualification or the standing of the senator he proposed? Remembering the function of the Public Accounts Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think if I go back historically, when I made the suggestion for the change at the time, Senator Diali at the time, when I got counsel, when he served both as chairman before I became leader of the opposition, and then after when the point was raised that in his capacity...
Excuse me, would you mind if you remove your mask so that we can hear you better?
In his capacity as chairman, in the first place, remember he was also on the board of certain statutory bodies. And I have been told and counseled that this should not have been in the first place. Because look, for instance, Mr. Chair, he was the chair of the board for the Marketing and National Imported Board. And if there was at the time to be an investigation, I asked the question, would he have to recuse himself? And they said, because of that. Remember now, if you're a member of the Public Accounts Committee, you cannot be a secretary or, and they said he should not have been there in the first place to recuse himself. And so I do not know if those conflicts still exist. And that was when, that came up into the discussion. So.
What guarantee do we have that Senator Matthew Joseph is not a member of a board that is a parastatal board, like the Nutmeg Association?
Well, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I do not know if you have any information concerning his membership of that board.
I'm only asking, so we have to make sure.
I think we should.
Yes, Honorable Representative Wasim Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I trust that I do not speak out of turn, but
Please,
I think
please.
as a member of this honorable house, I need to say what is on my mind. Having listened to both sides. Both parties speaking, and having heard what the leader of government business has said in terms of, because you want the very best input into that committee. And the leader of the opposition has that right. Honorable Anthony Boson has great acumen in this area. We do not know, I do not know, and I'm sure other members of this honorable house do not know of the level of expertise of the proposed person from the leader of the opposition. However, we do know of the competencies of what's his name again? Of Senator Diali. So I would think that for the purposes of moving on, that we should give consideration to what we know. If we accept a proposal, a proposed person, that we do not know the person's competencies, then, Mr. Speaker, so that is my recommendation, that we go with the person who we know. As far as I know, he doesn't hold any position in any board at this time. And so, therefore, if that is the concern of the leader of the opposition, I think that concern can be dealt with because he no longer is on the board of MNIB or any other board. If it is and it is an issue of competency, and I think it is incumbent on the leader of the opposition to put forward the competencies of the person that he's proposing so that we can make an informed decision on the matter. Otherwise, I recommend that we go with the Senator Diali as proposed until maybe something comes up that we do not know at this time, but he's not on any board as far as I know at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. In fairness to the leader of the opposition, he did not mention about the competencies I did. What he mentioned about was the association of Diali with the board. But we do not know of the new person they mentioned if he's associated with any board. So we are in that gray area. Leader of government.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that Senator Diali is no longer a member of MNIB because this falls under the Ministry of Finance. And I am also aware that he is no longer a member of another board, chairperson of that same board, too. And it is, we should all be aware of that because that board is the CBI board, which, you know, is an issue. Well, the government is, by virtue of being in charge of the arbitration. So I'm very much aware that he's no longer a member of that board as well, because his replacement, again, came from the Ministry of Finance. So those were the two boards, and I don't know if he's on any other, but I think those are the one that are causing controversy, and the leader of the opposition correctly made his comments. So I could only give this reassurance now. And I don't know. I know one senator because I met personally with the association, the Nutmeg Cooperative Association. I can't see if that is the person or not. So again, Mr. Speaker, I take wisdom from your words of checking the recommendation that he has made. So, Mr. Speaker, pass it back again to you and for this honorable house to determine. We've heard the comments from my colleague here, and we do have other motions. Not that we should rush it through, because it is an important organization, institution in the functioning of governance.
Also important, we must note that this committee should be formed during the first sitting after the throne speech. So we should have some decision today as to the forming of. What I can recommend is that if it be known that Senator Diali is associated with any with any board, that he be removed and we find another senator. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the counsel of the Leader of Government Business in terms of the acumen of Senator Diali. But as I checked the document here, I am not going to put one person's qualification against another. I cannot measure Senator Diali's qualification or Senator Matthews' qualification against that. I did not research such.
Yeah, just let me say that. I did say that you are not spoken about the qualification. What is spoken of was the association with other boards. So we left the qualification out, and we talk about the association. And that is why the Leader of Government Business indicated that he is not associated with those boards anymore.
Mr. Speaker, if I may,
Sure.
I just browsed through the Public Accounts Committee, and I did not see any mention of qualifications in terms of acumen to be on the committee.
Agreed. That is why I debound the. So we are going to, ladies, honorable members, the question is that the Standing Orders Committee, the Public Accounts Committee is comprised of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition as Chairman, Anthony Boson and Christopher Diali. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. 3 members.
You call it three, you see.
Yeah. The chairman is the Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Boson and Christopher Diali.
Oh, okay.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I beg to move the motion 14C standing in my name, which reads, whereas Standing Order number 70, subsection 1 of the House of Representatives Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of a chairman and 2 members to be known as a Standing Orders Committee, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable House doth now appoint the members to the said committee.
Honorable members, the question is that the House doth now appoint members on the Standing Orders Committee. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the following members of this Honorable House be appointed to the said committee. Honorable Gregory Bowen, Chairman. Honorable Kindra Maturin-Strode, Member. And Honorable Tobias Clement, Member.
Honorable members, the question is that the members comprising, forming the Standing Orders Committee are Gregory Bowen, Chairman, Kindra Maturin-Stewart, and Tobias Clement, Chairman. Honorable members, Honorable Tobias Clement, the Minister for...
Thank you, Mr.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think after almost 2 years, I think I am now reminded of the discussions I have had with Council. Now that I am a member, or I am the Leader of the Opposition, and what was told to me that on the House Committee, the oppositions must be represented on all the House Committee, but as me, an opposition member, because remember now, the House Committee discuss matters of the House. So I see that the Public Accounts Committee, the Committee on Standing Orders, so maybe you could check Austin Mays, I don't know.
Yes, the Standing Orders Committee has just named 3 persons.
Right.
That is Gregory Bowen, Kinja Maturin Stewart, and Honorable Tobias Clement.
But it was a Standing Orders Committee we were discussing, and I think he raised another issue, but that comes when the other committee.
Yes. So all those who are in favor of the names of the committee, say aye. Aye. The contrary the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes committee. What happened to me now? The ayes have it. So the members of the Standing Orders Committee are Honorable Gregory Bowen, Honorable Kinja Maturin Stewart, and Honorable Tobias Clement. Leader of the Government Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I was not clear on what he's saying, if I should not have mentioned the name there, should not have called his name.
No, it was just as the discussion came up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore move to the motion 14E, standing in my name, which reads, whereas Standing Order number 70, subsection 3 of the House of Representatives Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the Speaker as chairman and the 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honourable House doth now appoint the 4 members to the said committee.
Honourable members, the question is that the Committee of Privileges be now appointed by 4 members. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the 4 members to be Honorable Peter David, Honorable Emmeline Pierre, Honorable Alvin Dabrio, and Honorable Delma Thomas.
Honorable members, the question is, sorry.
After the question. After the question before he makes it.
No, I did put the question. I proposed the question, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And probably I just preempt it. And this is what I was talking about, Mr. Speaker, that when you had the House with all members on one side, the committees probably was divided up among the members to shift them around. But what I am saying, after consultation, it was said to me that the opposition should be represented on the Committee of Privileges. I mean, maybe you can take decisions that can adversely affect the opposition if they're not on that committee. So that's the point I was making, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not see the legal person here, but in any event, I think the House member should note what they said, and this is particularly the House Committee. But Mr. Speaker, I would wish to rename, because the existing persons on the Committee of Privileges are not those that I have called. So is the Committee of Privileges that the motion is all about?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps therefore I could circulate the names for the Committee of Privileges And since we must form this one, I think the member is talking about the House in particular, the House Committee. So I don't know if you wish to spend some time on this now or just let me go through, Mr. Speaker. And for the House, doth know the 4 members of the said committee, the existing members, Mr. Speaker, they were proposed that they be returned as the Honorable Clarice Modeste. You want the last one?
Now, we are dealing now with the Committee of Privileges.
Privileges, yes.
Yeah. Committee of Privileges.
And this is what I'm looking at. The Committee of Privileges, the existing Speaker, Clarice Modeste Cohen, Honorable Oliver Joseph, Honorable Yulan Bean Hosford, and Honorable Anthony Boson. Am I correct?
That's the privileges?
The Committee of Privileges. So I'd like to
okay.
replace the names. Honorable Clarice Modeste Cohen, Honorable Oliver Joseph, Honorable Yulan Bean Hosford, and Honorable Anthony Boson. The next one will be the House.
And Hosford? Yeah, we are talking about the Committee of Privileges, eh?
Yes. So
I think that is where the leader of the opposition indicated that as the leader of the opposition, he should be nominated on that committee. Is that what I got you saying, sir? That you should be, in fact, what the leader of the opposition is saying, that he should be a member of every committee.
Well, and you see, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying that I should be, but what I said after consultation,
okay,
that is what it says, because, I mean, if you're talking in the real sense of committees, then the leader of the opposition, you could take decisions of a committee of one side that would affect the other side. Yes. Right, that is what I am saying.
Turn off your mic a second, Mr. Speaker. Turn it off for 1 second.
Mr.
Leader of Government Business?
Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish the member with the backing from the House, I think I'm getting a little bit clearer now that the leader of the opposition should be a member on each committee.
Each committee.
Okay. Right. So,
yeah.
So therefore, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask my colleagues through you, should I just omit one of the names and include the leader of the opposition?
Privileges, we have yes.
Mr. Speaker, I do not mind standing down as a member of this committee in favor of the, if you so desire. I have no problem standing down.
That is of the Committee of Privileges.
Mr. Speaker, I think what the leader of opposition, correct me if I'm wrong, is saying is that he has the right to either agree to him not being present on a committee and allow it to have its composition without him, or not, in that the House should record whether he has objection or not to no opposition person being on any of the committees. Am I right? Yeah. So it doesn't mean that somebody has to step down and he has to be there, but the House should record whether he's comfortable not being there or demands that he should be there.
Okay. The Committee of Privileges. The Committee of Privileges was named by the leader of Government Business. And the Committee of Privileges comprise the Speaker, Honorable Representative Fosin Mark, Honorable Representative Fosin David, Honorable Anthony Bosa from St. Patrick West, Honorable Hosford from St. Andrew Southwest. But your name was not there. So Honorable Anthony Bosa indicated that he is willing to step off. If that is so, then your name, you would fit in there nicely, because somebody step off so that you can step in. Would that be okay for you?
Yeah.
So now you are represented on the Committee of Privileges.
Mr. Speaker, I look at it, but I think I usually enjoy your company, so I think I will take that seat on that committee.
I didn't hear.
Yes. I said I usually enjoy your company, so I think I will take that seat on the Committee of Privileges.
Okay. So we have one change, Leader of Government Business. Instead of Anthony Bosa, we have
the Leader of
the Opposition. Okay?
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that this House doth now appoint 4 members to the Committee of Privileges. Those members consist of the Speaker as Chairman, Honorable Clarice Modest Cohen, Honorable Oliver Joseph, Leader of the Opposition, and Honorable Yolan Bin Hosford. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion 14D standing in my name, which reads, whereas standing order number 70 subsection 2 of the House of Representatives standing orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the Speaker as Chairman and 4 members to be known as the House of Representatives. Be it resolved that this Honorable House doth now appoint the 4 members to the said committee.
Honorable members, the question is that this House doth now appoint 4 members to serve on the committee of the House of the House Committee. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Keeping in mind that we want to name the Leader of the Opposition, there exist 4 members: the Honorable Peter David, member; Honorable Emmeline Pierre, member; Honorable Alvin Dabrio, member; and Honorable Delma Thomas, member. Mr. Speaker, I will love if one of the members, just as the member for St. Patrick's West did, will give the nod for the time being, so that we don't go around and having to vote on the names.
Yeah, honorable members, anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
But I think, Mr. Speaker, a member was gladly asking him to replace them, so. Okay.
Honorable, is there someone that was gladly wanting to jump out?
Yeah, that was me, Mr. Speaker. That was me.
Well, it's only one. And this time, men come first. So, Honorable Tobias Clement, you're in, and Honorable Alvin Dabrio is out.
So, Mr. Chair, the Leader of the Opposition is saying no, so that we should proceed as usual?
No, but if it's not a big thing for you, we'll go, okay. So we remain with the Speaker, Honorable Peter David, Honorable Emmeline Pierre, Honorable Alvin Dabrio, you're back, and Honorable Delma Thomas. Honorable members, the question is that the House does now appoint the members to the House Committee, namely the Speaker as Chairman, Honorable Peter David, Honorable Emlyn Pierre, Honorable Alvin Dabrio, and Honorable Delma Thomas. Those who are in favor, say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say nay. Seeing the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We'll move on.
Mr. Speaker, there is, for the benefit of my colleagues, a supplementary order paper. So I think if you could look it up, I will crave the Speaker's indulgence to give us the minute. So you have motions, so you want to take all the motions together. So if you could look at supplementary order paper through you, Mr. Speaker. And you have the resolution for Section 107, Section 2 of the Representation of the People's Act.
So we can look at the motion, the supplementary motion.
Yeah.
Let's look at the supplementary motion. To go through it?
No, it's very simple, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yeah, open it.
Mine is not scrolling down, you know. So when you look at this, there's a first motion on the supplemental. And this one scrolls down. So
yeah, this one scrolls down. Okay. Resolution for the purpose of Section 107. People's.
Submit all the paper number 20.
Got it?
Oh, here it is.
Okay. All right. Leader of Government Business?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a very simple motion. So I'll proceed as soon as you so permit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion 14G, standing in my name, which reads, Resolution for the purposes of Section 107, subsection 2 of the Representation of the People Act, Cap 286A. Whereas it is provided by subsection 1 of Section 107 of the Representation of the People's Act, Cap 286A, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the Governor General may make regulations generally for giving effect to the provision of this Act. Whereas it is provided under subsection 1, Section 107, subsection 1C of that the Governor General may make regulations prescribing the symbols to be used on every ballot paper. and the mode of allocation of such symbols to candidates. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 107 of the Act that regulations made under the Act is subject to affirmative resolution. Whereas regulations have been made to insert a new symbol to be used on ballot papers under the Representation of the People, Election Symbols Regulations, Cap 2, 86A. And whereas it is now expedient that the Representation of the People Election Symbols Amendment Regulation 2021 attached hereto as a schedule be approved by the House of Representatives, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to the provisions of subsection 2 of section 107 of the Act, the Representation of the People Election Symbols Amendment Regulations 2021 be now approved.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that pursuant to the provision of the subsection 2 of section 107 of the Act, the Representation of the People's Election Symbol Amendment Regulation 2021 be now approved. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, this is a request made by an organization for a symbol to be used in the general elections. Mr. Speaker, there are many symbols requested by many organizations that have not been in use. I think the methodology is always to apply for one of those symbols. But the particular group, was it TGM? Yeah. The particular group, TGM, looked at the symbol, those already there, and did not take any one of them. Those people would have applied for symbols, they had applied, and they never use it. So we normally take one and say it, but they wanted a new one, which is the mace. And that new symbol, Mr. Speaker, is the mace. So for the first time, we should be seeing the mace as a ballot, on a ballot paper. Although many of those that are already approved by Her Majesty's representative, the person who applied for them, independent candidates and others, never used them. So after directing the TGM to those symbols, said, no, we don't want any of those. We want the mace. And so he must follow the rules and come back in here for affirmative resolution. So it is, I therefore, Mr. Speaker, propose that this House accept the petition and to approve the mace as a symbol for the group, the TGM. So, Speaker, we debated whether or not that, it should go to only political parties. But I think we were advised that many organizations or any organization could go for a symbol. And therefore it is, while TGM may not have moved and transitioned to a political party, they still have the right to get that symbol. I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, that we approve the mace as a symbol for the TGM.
Mr.
Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still have a little problem because it does not tell me what are the qualifying factors to apply for a symbol. TGM has not yet been registered as a political party. Any association, maybe the Nutmeg Association, could apply for the same symbol. How can you determine whether you will give it to this one or not? There must be some qualifying factors, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to know what are those before we can authorize such.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the advice given was that an NGO can apply for it. An individual person can apply. And so there is no barrier for this organization, TGM, registered as a non-profit organization. I think one of the members could hear me out here. And then so we did ask all those questions. And we were told legally that we cannot stand in the way, not legally. As an NGO it can apply. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still not clear that the leader is giving me the answer I want. If an individual applies, it must mean that he has declared his intent to be part of the political process. Any individual cannot say, I apply for a symbol. There must be some declaration of intent. Was there such a declaration of intent to be part of the political process or the election process by that particular individual or party or person or organization?
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
But remember, it's an independent person. A person can run independently.
Yeah.
So he or she does not have to declare himself. He goes for the symbol, and later on he decides that he will not run. That's why there are so many symbols in there. So they have gotten it in their due right, their constitutional right, and they just said, I'm not running. So it's not an intention that I have to declare and be part of the process before you take it. You get it first, and then you decide later, well, I'm not going. In the back of your mind, personally, you may have decided so. We did ask that question, Mr. Speaker, and we were told that there is no barrier from TGM not establishing itself and registering as a political party. I think they're registered as a non-profit organization, but they can still be given it. We asked that question too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When we say the mace, just one question, is it the mace like in the parliament or the mace from the nutmeg?
Mr. Speaker, just a picture of the mace.
From the nutmeg?
Yeah, from the nutmeg.
Okay. Honorable members, the question is that pursuant to the provision of Section 2 of Section 107 of the Act, the Representation of the People, Election Symbol Amendment Regulation 2021 be now approved. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We have another one here. Representing. Leader of Government Business. Put on your microphone, please.
We're looking to the schedule to this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the resolution 14H, standing in my name, which reads, Resolution for the purposes of Section 4, subsection 3 of the Quarantine Act, Cap 271. Whereas it is provided by Section 4, subsection 1 of the Quarantine Act, Cap 271, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the Minister may make regulations as respect the whole or any part of Grenada, including the ports and coastal waters thereof, for preventing a danger to public health from ships or aircraft or persons or things herein arriving at any place, and b, the spread of infection by means of any ship or aircraft about to leave any place, or any means of any person or thing about to leave any place in any ship or aircraft. And whereas it is provided in Section 4, subsection 3 of the Act, that regulations made under Section 4, subsection 1 of the Act shall not have any force or effect until confirmed by resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas on the 4th day of September 2020, the Minister with Responsibility for Health made the quarantine COVID-19 regulations 2020, and on the 11th day of September 2020, the House of Representatives, by resolution, confirmed the quarantine COVID-19 regulations 2020. And whereas it is now expedient that the quarantine COVID-19 regulations 2021 attached here to as a schedule be confirmed by the House of Representatives to repeal and replace the quarantine COVID-19 regulations 2020. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 4, subsection 3 of the Act, that the quarantine COVID-19 amendment regulations 2021 be now confirmed by the House of Representatives.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that pursuant to the provision of Section 4, subsection 3 of the Act, is the Quarantine Act, be now confirmed by the House of Representatives. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd allow Minister for Health to go into the details. But this is to replace a form, Mr. Speaker, particularly asking for information, which we think is no longer necessary for people arriving on the thing. That's the first form, the schedule to replace. The traveler's health information. It says in the last 14 days, have you had any symptoms, etc.? And it details what needs to be asked now. Because many people, Mr. Speaker, complain that they're asked to provide certain information that's no longer required. Because certain things, were repealed under the particular section of the new COVID regulations, Mr. Speaker. And so I'll ask the Minister for Health to go into details as to why. Many members, people call us from abroad, Mr. Speaker, why do I have to fill this out when you have removed this? Why do I have to do that when you have removed this? Why do I have to do that? So I can now pass straight through. Why do I have to give all these bits of information? So, Mr. Speaker, know that my colleague will give the details. Yeah.
Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. George South and Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give explanation and further information. Yes, Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 continues to evolve, and so too does our response to it and our reactions to it. In essence, what we are doing here is moving from a travel authorization to a health declaration, and that no one is seeking permission to enter Grenada anymore because the international situation has changed. Whether for the better or for the worse, time has passed, And we must learn to live as we are with COVID-19 amongst us. We must be able to carry on life as best as possible, as normal as possible, in that balance that we've always tried to achieve between life and livelihoods. So it's a health declaration. You are no longer seeking permission to enter Grenada, whether a citizen or non-citizen, resident or non-resident. What you are doing is, by law, force of law, declaring certain things to be true where appropriate. You are declaring that you have not been in contact, to the best of your knowledge, anyone who is COVID-19 positive. You are declaring that you have a negative PCR test for entry into Grenada. You are declaring that declaring your vaccination status, whether you are vaccinated or not, in the case of a citizen. And that if you are not vaccinated, you are declaring that you have made your arrangements, appropriate arrangements for quarantine. And that if you have not made those arrangements upon arrival here, the state is obliged to put you up, but at a cost that the state can recoup from you of $200 US per day. But that you have the option to find more appropriate, cheaper, more affordable accommodation. But you are making that declaration that you have put all of these things in place before you come to Grenada. That when you arrive in Grenada with this declaration, which is you are presenting at boarding of the aircraft, you have put all of your business in place to come to Grenada. We're not stopping you. We're telling you what you must put in place. You must be vaccinated if you are not a citizen. If you are a citizen, you're entitled to come home. You must make arrangements for quarantine if you are unvaccinated citizen. So in essence, that is what the declaration is. The declaration is also saying that you acknowledge what the penalties are should you make a false declaration. That the penalty is up to $10,000 for that. The objective here, Mr. Speaker, is to move away from us having to be giving persons, as I say, permission and checking everything before a person even tries to board a flight or go to the airport. That's not who we are or what we want to be always. That's not the business of the Ministry of Health either. Nor is it appreciated by the Ministry of Tourism or any of our citizens, diaspora affairs, etc. So, like any other country, if you are traveling to the UK or the US, you make similar declarations that you are prepared to enter their country, whether it is your country or you are visiting. You have made the arrangements. That is, in essence, what we're doing. Of note is, as I said, it's a declaration, no longer an authorization. Of note are the changes in the tests. Should you be required to take a PCR test, there is a change in the cost. Should you be required on arrival, that is, or to clear quarantine, there is a cost stated for the antigen test, and the fine should you make a false declaration, which is $10,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for St. Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the resolution as presented by the member for St. George Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add that this declaration now would be based on trust, because certain documentations and certain procedures that persons coming in were required to do are no longer required, that they prove it, but they must be able to present the proof so for example, if a Grenadian is coming in who is not vaccinated, doesn't have proof, and has to go to quarantine. On arrival, if you are asked, you must be able to show that you have a booking at the facility of Honorable Tobias Clement, for example. So it is based on trust, and if you are found to be untruthful, there is a fine, but there's also a 6-month prison. So it's $10,000 or a fine or both. And I just wanted to make that clear, because we give you a trust, and if you betray that trust, then you don't get a slap on the wrist. There is a serious fine for it. Also, I want to say that the forms that existed before, they were very onerous. I've been called all hours of the night by people. If they're in the UK, and 10 o'clock in the UK is probably about 4 o'clock or something like that, or early morning, whatever the time is, very different. And they get to the airport and they realize they have some problems, certain things weren't done. And well, of course, they are all Grenadians and they have that difficulty. And of course, visitors who are planning to come for a vacation, there are many other forms that other countries have that are far simpler to deal with. So they want to go on a vacation, Grenada might be their first choice. But if in filling out the forms they encounter serious problems, they will just go somewhere else where the forms are easier. And I've looked at some. I'm not a frequent surfer of every site on the web, but I've looked at some and they're far simpler. So this makes it easier. I just also wanted to add, Mr. Speaker, that on a recent interview, was when the issue of the quarantine came up, because this is linked to the removal of the quarantine for persons who are fully vaccinated. And so I was asked, so was that a business decision, an economic decision? Of course it was. We have to keep the country open. We have to keep the doors open. We have to keep livelihoods. So there's a balance. So to say, no, we have enough money and everything is okay and people don't need work would have been a lie. And maybe we could have been charged the same $10,000. But the other thing was, that is not just a business decision. It was a health decision, a technical decision, because when we look at the numbers of persons coming into the country and the numbers who are tested and the few who test positive, the ratio of the risk is very, very small. And realizing that when COVID is resolving in one country, it is escalating in another, we realize, as a member for the South said, that we have to learn to coexist with the COVID. COVID doesn't appear to be going anywhere soon. I cannot say categorically that it will not, but it does not appear to be going. Countries which hitherto had managed the COVID well are no longer managing it well. And they're looking at lockdowns, and we all afraid lockdown in Grenada. So we have looked at the stats. And because of very few positive cases of persons on entry into the country, we think it's a good time to make that change. And I'm sure that the minister and his team, the members for the South, and also Honorable Delma Thomas, I'm sure that the team stands ready at any time, should the necessity arise, to reverse. It's a very fluid thing, but I hope and I trust that we would not have to. So far, we have played it very safe. We have done well, and I hope we will continue along in that trend. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Mark. I think we had it. So the question is, Honourable Leader of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Business.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their interjection. As the Minister for Health and Tourism indicated, people were calling, why should I fill out this form? I no longer need permission. You have removed this and removed that. So there we have the explanation. And the schedule outlines the new form that the persons will have to fill out abroad when applying online or even applying in person. I therefore recommend, Mr. Speaker, this motion for approval by the House.
Honourable members, the question is that pursuant to the provision of Section 4, subsection 3 of the Act, that the Quarantine COVID-19 Amendment Regulation 2021 be now confirmed by the House of Representatives. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Yes.
Before we go
First reading. We're going to, yes.
Item 15, bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the bill shortly entitled Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Amendment Bill 2021.
Am I on the bill? This one? A bill to amend the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act Cap 84A by decriminalizing the use of cannabis by Rastafarians in places of worship and to allow persons who have attained the age of 18 years to produce, supply, or offer to supply small amounts of cannabis, shortly entitled Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Amendment Bill 2021.
Business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you'll note, the bill is only for first reading, so proposing, Mr. Speaker, I think with your learned guidance, since we have not finished the debate on the appropriation motion, I propose not to take the appropriation bill. And with your guidance, Mr. Speaker, we can take the loan authorization act, but again, I will tend to leave this out and move to the other bill, so that's why you'll see us going forward.
Thank you.
Because while the appropriation bill is hinged on the motion, the Loan Appropriation Act is not hinged. But I think it is normally done after you see what you're expending, approve that, and you go for the loan appropriation in order to support the budget. So I propose, Mr. Speaker, that we move into, it may be on the supplementary, if you permit me to say that. I think it is. We're talking about the Securities and Exchange. Yes. It's on the supplemental. So, Mr. Speaker, just to let my colleagues look for it, it is not on the first order paper. It's on the supplementary, the Securities and Exchange. You wanted, you proposed that we take the public health? Oh, so we go with the thing order for say, okay.
Which of the bill we're dealing with? Come on, get it.
So,
I know it's on the first
Mr. Speaker,
It's on the first
other paper.
the proposal from the floor is that we should go through with the real one, the first bill. So the public health amendment bill is on the first before we go to the supplemental.
Bill, yeah.
So if we could find the public health bill.
So we do the let's go with the public health amendment.
Security amendment?
Public health amendment. What do you want? Is the public health amendment?
We did the
You say we want to do the public health amendment? The public health amendment. Yeah, let's do the public health amendment.
Okay. Ready now?
Yeah, yeah, go on.
Supplementary rate. Three supplementary.
You have it?
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a short bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, love. Thank you.
A bill to amend the Public Health Act, Cap 263, shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take it therefore that while I didn't say it in so many words, I did propose the first reading of the bill. So, with your permission, I could move on, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, please.
Yes. I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended in order to take the bill through all stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the regular standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Remember, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Public Health Act, Cap 263, to improve the enforcement mechanism for contraventions of the Act and regulations made pursuant to the Act, with increased penalties of a fixed penalty regime. Mr. Speaker, Section 3 of the Act says of the amendment, without prejudice to the generality of subsection 1, the minister may appoint environmental health wardens which shall be regulated by the sanitary authority pursuant to the approval of the minister and shall have such other powers and prescribed under this act or regulation made thereafter. So, Mr. Speaker, this will give the minister the permission to appoint environmental health wardens. I think we do have them now, but it will give him much more leeway. As we have experience from the COVID system, what must they be doing out there? To whom they must report? How do you regulate them? And I'm sure he'll give us his experience of what he faced on a day-by-day basis as things rotate. And he has to go forward, Mr. Speaker. The amendment of Section 60 of the Principal Act, which is simply numbering by inserting regulation made under this section, may provide for the creation of offenses and the imposition of a court of summary jurisdiction of a fine not exceeding $10,000 or imprisonment not exceeding 12 months or both upon conviction of an offense under the regulations. Again, the Minister for Health is well placed to say what he faced and how people responded and how people reacted, and there was no fine or penalty in this difficult period, Mr. Speaker, when you're protecting lives and livelihood. So the amendment is all to give more teeth to the act, Mr. Speaker, and to allow the minister to be able to make regulations, Mr. Speaker. Contravention of a regulation made under this act for which no penalty is particularly provided. So you have offenses that you've done, blatant things, and now they'll be able to put a deterrent by imposing, again, a certain act, Mr. Speaker. Section 6 of the amendment is a penalty. A person who commits an offense designated as a fixed penalty offense is liable on service of a fixed penalty notice by a police officer or environmental health warden if the person so chooses to the fixed penalty designated by the offense under this act or regulations made thereunder. You know, many people are saying if the police give it to me, well, I'll obey. But if a warden comes, I'm not taking it, I'm not doing anything, etc. That again, the minister would elaborate about fixed penalties. Where a police officer or environmental health warden has reason to believe that a person has committed a fixed penalty offense, the police officer or environmental health warden may direct the person to state his or her true name and place of residence and serve upon the person the fixed penalty. Well, if we know how it's operated, Mr. Speaker, to get the name from a person, good, and sometimes they watch you to write the names, so you put it down here, and you may get a false name. So all of these, Mr. Speaker, is what the amendment tend to do, to make the administration of the charges easier, and it tells you how do you pay the fixed penalty. Payment of the fixed penalty shall be made to the clerk of the magistrate's court, etc. Payment of fixed penalty precludes prosecution. A person who paid the fixed penalty, they will no longer be prosecuted. The same ticketable offense, Mr. Speaker, and all of those. We may have this in traffic, but we do not have it under these acts, Mr. Speaker. And it gives the consequence of failure to pay, and I'm sure the minister will elaborate on this, Mr. Speaker. And the rest of the amendment is the Public Health Act. It really gives you the forms. Take notice that I such and such. What will the ticket look as? And in particular, Mr. Speaker, so these are the broad guidance with respect to the Act. And I know that my colleague will do justice because he faced this, Mr. Speaker, you know, he saw it. I could see, you know, the frustration and things on your face. And how do we get people to do this? How do we get people to do that? How do we get people to follow the protocol? How do we get it? This amendment came from watching and experiencing what went on during the period of the pandemic. And the minister will tell me, don't say during the period of the pandemic as if it has passed already. So again, he will elaborate on those things. Mr. Speaker, I recommend the bill for its second reading.
Representative for St. George South, Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Leader of Government Business for leading off on this. Mr. Speaker, this is as well one of the measures we are taking to get back to some form of normalcy and to live with COVID-19 and beyond. The Public Health Act is filled with many other infectious disease clauses and areas of enforcement that have come about from time to time. And therefore, it incorporates or mentions specifically actions taken there. In this instance, what we are seeking to do from experience, we have found that we had environmental health wardens appointed. And they were the eyes and ears of the ministry. Purely that. They went about, witnessed, observed, and reported back, either to the environmental health officer, the chief medical officer, or to the Royal Grenada Police Force. And then based on their report, whenever that occurred, it would then be for the relevant authority to take some sort of relevant action. And in some instances, it may just simply be to write, to say, please stop. In other instances, it would be to begin a court procedure And then when it involves the Royal Grenadier Police Force, as we are aware, they have more powers. What we seek to do here is to give the environmental health wardens, within a very narrow scope, the ability to write a fixed charge for specific, clear and specific violations according to COVID-19. The wearing of masks where mandated, gatherings not conforming. Those types of activities. But I say that to say that we are doing this while at the same time easing those very restrictions. That we have removed the number of persons in a fixed gathering, or fixed number of persons, sorry, in a gathering, and put it to maintaining certain conditions. And if we are to achieve successfully that easing, not be as onerous in saying no more than 75 regardless of the gathering, or no more than 50, or no more than 20, or based on the gathering a certain amount, etc. No, this is not what we want to continue doing. What we want to do is to put that back to the public in terms of personal responsibility. Personal responsibility as an owner of establishment, as a promoter of establishment, as the conductor of an activity, as a participant in, regardless of what that activity is, that there's certain things that we have learned that would cause or put at risk not just those participating, but as we have most recently learned, puts the innocent at risk. So it is that narrow grouping which from time to time may or may not change. And I do hope as we proceed, it becomes less and less that they are enforcing as we move forward, because more and more of us would have taken that collective step to be vaccinated, and we remove the risks to us all and get closer and closer to normalcy. But it is necessary to do that so that we can get others back to some close form of normal life. Those who have been involved in tourism, for instance, and who are now finally getting to ply their trade because persons are visiting and because cruise ships are coming. That we need these eyes and ears to react very quickly to the specific instances that we want to make sure don't happen and keep us safe. So, in essence, Mr. Speaker, this is what we're seeking to do, is to bring in the environmental health wardens to relieve the police so that they can continue doing the other aspects of law enforcement. So many others. And then, as we proceed, where it's practical, that the Emergencies Act, as that risk level is assessed, the Emergencies Act can be removed and the Public Health Act still remains with the strength of enforcement, keeping us safe. And I think that is the most significant aspect to take into place here. It is not us trying to put together a new group of enforcers to keep the public in some sort of draconian style to keep the public at bay. No. It is in us testing the waters to see, can we put a system in place that allows us to get to the eventual, as soon as possible, removal of the emergencies, power state of emergency. And this is part of it. The Quarantine Act changes that we put there are part of it too. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, I more than anybody else, and all of the members here, look forward to that day when we can say we can remove this, because we've put other systems in place. We've amended other laws. We've given Ministry of Health or the relevant authority the necessary teeth to continue to keep us as best as possible safe from COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Parliamentary Representative for St. George South. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to echo two of the points made by the Minister for Health, Parliamentary Representative for South St. George. And one is to refer to the removal of the state of emergency. Every 6 months we come here, Mr. Speaker, and extend for another 6 months. And experiencing what is happening outside, I think will be the mode. So when will the state of emergency end? And you will hear accusations that you want to use the state of emergency to your advantage so that certain things can be prevented, etc., etc. The curfew is hinged on the state of emergency. So if you remove the curfew, you will be removing a restriction that some persons could manipulate, right? The good citizens will move along merrily on their way, happily, enjoying themselves and trying to protect themselves and others. But you could have elements that will not do so. So this, under the Quarantine Act, you do not need an emergency, but the virus will still be around. How do you protect people from elements who do not want to save lives and safeguard livelihood? In this context, Mr. Speaker, we also look at the area of false declaration. So coming from the looked up to United States, and I present a card, fully vaccinated, with maybe they might discover a next vaccine that everybody really happy with, right? Even the critics and the anti-vax can't go against it. So you come in with a card, say, I'm fully vaccinated. And if that is false, Mr. Speaker, there is no state of emergency. What do you do with the person? Mr. Speaker, the provision is simply passed so long ago, since Britain was in charge of us, maybe in the 50s and 40s. It says $500. So if you look at Amendment 5, it says wherever no penalty is fixed, is placed in law. If you have a fixed penalty, you have to go with that. But where you have no penalty given for an offense against, and the regulations would clearly say you must state accurately and truthfully your status. Now, it says it's moved from $500 to $10,000. To take into consideration these things and to prevent people from coming in and saying that I have a card. And Mr. Speaker, listening to the Minister for Health and people in his realm, we have a lot of this happening. Maybe not so much in Grenada, but in other places in the region, a man presents his card. In fact, I understand there are cases here in Grenada, and you're happy with him fully vaccinated, and he goes out. So that's why you should always wear a mask. So when somebody tells you they're fully vaccinated, maybe if they show you a card from Grenada, you might feel a little happier, but still wear your mask. Because I understand some came into Grenada, showed this big card from a big institution, but they say USA. We don't know the parishes and the states and so forth in the USA, well, counties, etc. And you see this place and say, well, man, this man what they say, USA. We don't know the parishes and the states and so forth in the USA, well, counties, etc. And you see this place and say, well, man, this man even, well, his vaccination was more effective than mine that I took in Grenada. Well, lo and behold, he's not vaccinated at all. So this component of the act seems to deal with all of these things and to bring a bigger deterrent to persons trying those things. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole bill to consider, the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this House now stands in committee.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 4 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 60 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 78 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 5, amendment of Section 78 of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, insertion of new sections 78A to 78F to Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 6?
Clause 6.
Clause 6 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 7, insertion of new schedule to Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 7 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that the House resume and the Chairman of Committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resumes and the Chairman of Committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House resumes. I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act shortly entitled
Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll permit me to ask for the 2 minutes so that people can find the next bill, which they had before them only made a switch, which is the Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
So you want to look for the bill Social Securities?
Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
Securities Amendment Bill.
And it is on the supplementary order paper, Mr. Chair, so they, not the first order paper.
Supplementary. Look at views now. Have we laid hand on it yet? Securities Amendment Bill 2021. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. How I get it up now?
A bill which seeks to amend the Securities Act number 8 of 2021, shortly entitled Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, having taken the first reading, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the
standing orders.
Standing orders are to be suspended in order to take the bill through all stages of this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
And I remember the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, we recall that this bill was passed in this House on May 21st and in the Senate on 2nd June 2021. And this is a bill coming through the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, where we're promoting securities, that is, people can invest and buy into bonds and bills and other things like that. More so, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to attract monies from the outside so that Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, a big business in Grenada, could sell bills and instruments and people could put their monies into Grenada. So we tightened up a lot of loopholes. We instituted a lot of new mechanisms that we never had in the region, but is so very prevalent in the bigger worlds, in the UK, in the US, Canada, Australia. You could go in and there'll be commission, but that commission will be watching the S&E, right? Stock exchange, as we call it. Things like that. In others, we have different stock exchange. Right now, we have something working for the Caribbean government. Of course, you could get some business on the ECSC, Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange. Very limited, and very few companies on it, and very few people will put their monies and buy stocks from the companies because the mechanism for safeguarding the investment was not there. But the bill that we passed, I remember the member for St. Patrick West commenting on it. Some things he didn't like and some things that he liked. It appeared that he has done a lot of this on the big stock exchanges in the world there. So he pointed out to certain loopholes and certain areas where we were too hard and fast and nobody will invest per se. So having just passed this, there are are a couple areas, Mr. Speaker, that the bank, and this would come from as the bank sends out its tentacles out in the world, because that's its task, bring people in to see if they could invest in Grenada. And I think this was some of the comments that the people saying, oh, your law is good, because we did get great advice on it. But we say there's a typographical error in the Securities Act 21, Section 127(1)A of the Securities Bill 221 should have provided as follows. If the commission, so we want to call it, we want to be big as the member for St. Patrick West to indicate, and call ourselves not only a commission, but a stock exchange commission, if you want to say that. This commission, it says, if the commission considers it in the public interest to do so, the commission may, upon a settlement with a person or after a hearing, order a person to comply with 1, securities law or a commission decision, or 3, the regulatory instrument or a decision of a person licensed under Part B. So paragraph 1 and 3 were inadvertently omitted. So in printing the law, we passed it here, but wherever the printing went out, it was omitted. And maybe it was omitted throughout, not only perhaps in Grenada law, but perhaps in the region maybe. Yes? So that was the error in it. So immediately the big old seat will say, no, if the man does something wrong, the commission must come in. And you could hear the powers of the commission when you listen to the news. And the commission will put things straight. And in their case, maybe because of their constitution, the law will give the commission to write, and you don't have to go to any court or so after the commission tell you that's how it has to be done. You could try to go to court. The court might even take the case, because the commission has that power. And those are the things that they try to inculcate, give the commission a lot of power. But when you omit those things, Mr. Speaker, and they're very important, you find a person in fault, the commission comes into place. But the commission should have had what I just read, but that's not in law. Let me repeat, if the commission considers it in the public interest, that's if you're selling bonds and stocks and you have licensed brokers who are doing wrong things, we debated this here, then the commission will come in. The commission may, upon a settlement with the person, or after a hearing, they could settle with the person, they could make the person pay, or after a hearing, they may order a person to comply with the securities law or a commission decision, but that is not in law, So the commission cannot do that now. So this broker could do what he or she wants, and the commission can't deal with him. And 3, the regulatory instrument or a decision of the person licensed under Part 2. So you have regulatory instrument, so your licensed people cannot be controlled because you have licensed brokers with the commission. That is omitted from the law, somehow in printing and so forth. So they want now to be reinserted. Draft may have come to us correctly or incorrectly. That's so long ago we can't recall, and the draft is not before us. But whether or not it came correctly and was left out, whether it came without it and it went back without it, that's the amendment that we want to be making, Mr. Speaker. Subparagraph 1 and 3 were left out, and accordingly the bill seeks to repeal and replace paragraph A of section 127 to include the omitted paragraph, Mr. Speaker. And if you go to the bill itself, we'll see amendment to section 127 of the Principal Act by inserting 1, order a person to comply with, you see that same thing there, securities law or a commission decision. And where you have 3, that's 2, item 2, the regulatory instrument or a decision of a person licensed under it. So we're asking to replace that. If you remember that bill, I think the member for St. Patrick West could tell us again, it had nearly about 300 clauses. It was a long bill going through the OECS. And those who omitted, Mr. Speaker. So I recommend to this honorable House that the amendment be approved so that the new bill can now be passed And we can now send it out to the wide world, and people looking at it will say, well, Grenada is doing well. I must invest in those businesses in Grenada. Or if the government wants to sell some stocks and bonds, I will give them at a much cheaper rate. So you will have pension funds and all these things. That's what the ECCB, they're targeting those things to bring them into the region. Seeing what has happened, in fact, I think, yes, this came during the COVID time. And it is always, besides going from the banks and so forth and borrowing, this is another method of borrowing, bonds, stocks, bills, etc. I recommend this amendment for its second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Government Business.